Welcome everyone to the final, the end of the Great Ace Attorney series. Before I start the normal Phoenix Wright series. And for that series, I was sure to grab the original DS games, so we get the good pixel art instead of the really faded one. I won't run that many ads. I mostly run ads like between like the chapter breaks, so it's like whenever's like a continue chapter break or something. While I'm saving and reloading, I'll run an ad break. But I won't just randomly drop ad breaks on people. I'm not that mean. Normally. But let's get started. Let's finish this game. The final chapter of the final story. Desperate help with proceedings sent the clamour around the courtroom. But outside the Bailey, Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within the still typical still night. And a little past 8 o'clock at the evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. 3rd November, 8:07 p.m. We've returned, my dear fellows. Welcome back to Britain. Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Think nothing of it. I believe you had an even more wearing day than I, McBride. No? You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in the court earlier. So this prosecutor, I saw ye. You're on the ropes, did he? Well, he's your best friend, you say. Well, he's not really the man I knew from Japan anymore. Cosmo has changed. Oh, Mr. Nardo. I mean, it's incredible. You think that he'd entertain the idea of acting as a Reaper's assassin? Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only met the man as a corpse. When all this started, almost a year ago now. Mr. Sholmes still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as the great detective's lie. Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France. It's in another country, Mr. Sholmes, so what's the news of Judge Yoki? Well, I took him to Scotland Yard. The investigation detectives are all there a lot questioning for the man. Poor Professor Mokuba. It must have been quite a shock for him. Ah, yes. I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put upon you a matter of only yesterday. You put upon me, Mr. Sholmes? I had to fill out your telegram to Japan on a footbill as well. Oh, you've had a reply already? What's so urgent, though, Mr. Sholmes? Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involuntary conversation at this present. That's good news, because the supper is ready and everyone. Ah! What a feast it is! If I were none otherwise, I'd think the trial was run already. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak, guinea pie, Yorkshire pudding. Tomorrow can be a very long day. But eat up, or else. You don't need to threaten me, my girl. I'll eat up. In that case, I shall think I'll set myself just here. The place appears to be your only seat, with a helping of pheasant as well. Sorry, Hurley, there's not there. Huh? Whatever not. You was at that place this evening. Yes, and that place is for Susie today. For me? That's right. I mean, especially for you, Professor Mickery. I see. Well, it's terribly kind of you. It's a shame, really. What do you mean? Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. That Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean. Oh. Uh-oh. Iris, do you mean? Yes, I know now. I heard yesterday. I secretly listened to this conversation you had after I tricked you all into thinking I'd left. What? Ah, get. And that's how Shrooms died. The end. This understanding arose across an autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Merkaba were Iris's father. Thank you so much for the bits, no. You've been setting up those for a while, but thank you so much. It means a lot to me. Yes, that Iris I know. And now your name now appears with my new cheers on the bottom right. I know, you can tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris. The pheasant is, by the way, an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping. Oh, no. It's quite alright. When? Then why did I get the apologetic pheasant? So just who's Iris's father? Suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today. So then, let us dine, whilst the largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot. A fine idea, Shrooms. Oh, it looks absolutely delicious. Eat as much as you like. There's always a seconds. This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About the telegram from Japan, and about Kazuma. I can't let this opportunity slip away. Are they all going to be sitting on the table? It's a very pouty looking Shrooms there. Look at him. He is very pouty. No one over here. Except for Murray, the demonic skull. You can only talk to Shrooms. Oh, Mr. Shrooms, what are you doing? Oh, he's sad. So it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mekowit's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I feel I need to withdraw from the social circle for a while, look on with hungry eyes. Ah! Sorry, Haley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for the Susie's dad. Even though I played the role of father to you for far longer. Mr. Shrooms, can I discuss something with you? Certainly, my dear fellow. Rides I'm quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt, you're hungry to learn more on the leap love of the game. I can't possibly contain my curiosity at that. You didn't look at me like that in that fashion. What fashion? It seems before we discuss the pheasant, we have to rather unpheasant matters to discuss. Telegram from Japan. So, what was in the telegram you received back from Japan then? Ah, this! I think my lucky stars had arrived in time. A record found indicated the duplicate follows. K. Asogi, K. Asin, T. Gredson, J. Wilson. What? Those 4 names. We've come across that name list before. Dramatic music. They came up with an unforgivable case last spring. It appeared a simple case of aggravated murder, but turned out to be a making of mutual intrigue. A plot involving sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. Exposing means by which those secrets were being leaked was the deciphered fragment of a message. Kei Asogi, A-Sin, T. Gregson, and John Wilson. Kazuma Asogi, Asa Shin, Tobias Gregson, and John Wilson. But we didn't find the names out until the case was over, and we never really did get to the bottom of what they really meant. All we knew, the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. Why are these names coming up now again? Yes, When did the Center of Telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes? I've here in the message. I wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Riki's office, undetected, investigate the telegram records. Expect to find communications from Britain dated on the year ago. List of 4 names. Need by tomorrow. Nahado. I sent it to the detective. I know specialist in candidates missions of this nature. You asked Inspector Helgerson to undertake such an enormous task for you? In my name? I wonder if the guys he opted for. I wonder what disguise he opted for this time. My dear fellows, it's a matter of great urgency, you understand? Anyway, the list of names was found in Shinro's office. Sholmes predicted. So you mean the mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was? It was sent to Judge Jerky. He is the intended recipient. I don't believe it. But those don't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies. Blech. Thinking. Did I formulate a hypothesis about that? But without the shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Mr. Sholmes? He looks deadly serious for once. The telegram is added to the court record. Now, hey, what are you doing? Nothing. We also never investigated this. You see a little thing over the place, don't you? The part on the top of the pocket watch, which you twist, that's at the time, isn't it? It's called the crown, I believe. My watch is quite useless without one. The crown, like what sits upon the monarch's head. It's a very grand name for a tiny part. But actually, yes, Mr. Nardo. If this is the crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head. By monarch you mean pocket watch? I'm quite sure you have. The pocket watch I have is Gregson's. And it is missing the top. What do you think, Miss Sadaso? I'm sure I know exactly what will fit here. Really? We're just thinking precisely the same thing. We're about to see a little round component. Actually, is a part of investigation of the broken pocket watch. Really? We're just thinking precisely that too. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun-dun. A perfect fit. I knew it. Alright, perhaps you knew it. I'll make a note of the information at once. That'll be important later. For this departure of the target point, all crew members are required to assemble the main deck at 10 PM or to review evacuation procedures. Drill will take 20 minutes. Crew to resume their duty as soon as the drill is over. And there's your opportunity. Causing his death. A tragedy we had to go through on the SS Berea. It was all for nothing. Cosmo wasn't dead at all. You were completely taken in by the lie you told us. The great detective's lie. I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man from study tour from being taken place. Wait, what my concern was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place at whatever the cost. What? I capitalized on the events that transpired to set the Sims back to Japan. His remains, you mean? Precisely, Miss Sadaso. And then, I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead. Oh my, you mean? The arrangement between our two countries is already in place. One university student, lawyer, one judicial assistant will be accommodated for a study tour. In other words, by arranging someone else to fill in the place originally intended by Mr. Osogi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least. Wait, do you mean that to say that this all stopped Cosmo from coming to Britain? That's why you... Think back, Mr. Naito. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue with the voyage to England? Flashback. The terms of the Stik tour are negotiated by the government, the President of Japan. In the light of Mr. Stik's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. My dear fellows, the majority of the problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you need to acquire is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue surely. But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know no other lawyer. The Voyageland is still promised a good month in time. Ample opportunity, you'd say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. So, you manipulated me. I often remarked my extraordinary lengths to which a friendship will drive a man. I'm quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. I don't believe it. But if that was all contrived, I mean, what was treated by the authorities as a murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What became of her? Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I simply explained everything to assisted unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refugees she sought. If I seem to remember, Miss Tosto and I had some rather strong words for her. Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure. I wonder if she made it to America then. I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why are you so determined to stop Kazuma from reaching Britain? I failed. He got here anyway. The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of impending tragedy, you see. Oh. An omen that, to this very moment in time, is close at hand. An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago? At close at hand? We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. Good luck. I'm not going to tell you shit. See, look, there's even another dialogue option. I'm not giving you the chance. There was no room for doubt when you instructions into this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear there was Judge Ricky's office that should be searched, so... You obviously knew there was a list of names that would be found. Kayosoki, A-Sin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we only learnt those 4 names just over 6 months ago now. And only because they appeared as a top-secret government communication that were leaked. That's true, yes. But at the time, we were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that, approximately this time last year, in fact, when you were both still in Japan. It really would have been hypocrite on my part for reprove others inspecting state secrets. Because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between British and Japan governments. You're perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details. You should know. No secret to say from Herlock Sholmes. When he has assigned it, when he has the signs to know it. Oh my, Mr. Sholmes, what a fabulous line. Now, one month after the list of 4 names were wired to represent Joki in Japan, the Chinese version was murdered. As soon as I learned from the incident, hypotheses rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partially correct and partly mistaken. Nonetheless, it was the beginning of the tragic events that we are to follow. Mr. Sholmes, please tell us what you know. Tell us the 4 names of the tragedy which they somehow connected. No! Okay. Oh, okay, I guess. The dialogue often changed. I have no fucking choice. As I said, I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan. I immediately turned to the 4 names, because you see, there was someone else on that list, I believe to be recently deceased. What? What who? A Shin. Transcribed to Japan script, in actual fact was Assassin. That was a family name to me. She was a professional killer, we were well known in London's unsavory classes. Oh, I see. She's dead. But she completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to a logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list. Ah, Sogi and T. Gregson. Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures on protect Gregson myself. But I determined it would be safest if young Sogi was to stay away from Britain. Oh, so that's why you went such lengths to prevent his study tour from going ahead. Exactly. So, you already knew Cosmo was Mr. Sholmes. Oh yes, Sholmes and I exchanged correspondence for years. I recounted many tales about Sogi to me my letters, and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course. So, Dr. Wilson is dead then? I don't know. Oh, Iris. Oh fuck, that's her father. I know he wasn't my dad, but still. That's very sad. I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. No. But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis. Big hole, Mr. Naruto. Oh yes. You mean about Assassin, I presume? Oh, of course. Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan posing as a visiting student under the assumed name Jezebel Barrett. I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. But I only became aware of this fact 2 days ago in the foyer of the Great Wonderland Hotel. Ah. And upon hearing that startling revelation, my hypothesis that I'd formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy-turvy. What? Topsy? What do you mean say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes? I believe the awful names listed in the names were victims. However, I was mistaken. Very much so. Austin was a killer. So this telegram was a list of both victim and killers, is it? Indeed. It would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Her visiting student status being merely a front. Ah. Which would of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions. So the real Dr. Wilson was killed by assassin. Because the real target of the assassination. And forewarned, with the knowledge of the first consideration of this telegram, but that's a very different perspective. What do you mean? Well, does not strike you that another among the 4, who subsequently became a visiting student? What you mean? But of course, a name you know all too well. You mean Kazuma? Oh! He did stay in the court earlier today. Yes, on the 35th of October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to the Dunkirk, in order to carry out the mission. And this mission was the assassination of the Mark. Young Mr. Shogi accepted the mission a year ago now. Surely not. Oh, just so you know, I do have another Lego set lined up soon. In conclusion, the document of contract is of sorts. There's international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassination exchange. Assassination exchange? How could Kazuma possibly got involved in something like that? Assassination exchange. Let's assume that we have 2 parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those 2 parties are make a contract to swap their representative assassin's targets. That would become an assassination exchange. So to begin with, the British assassin dispatched the victim's visitors to Japan. She killed her target. And then, the Japanese assassin was dispatched to visiting second unit's prison in order to eliminate his target. Certainly does sound like an exchange. But what if there's a point? Don't forget, Naruto, that the Britain assassination at least escaped conviction, thanks to the diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction. Oh yes. Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between the two countries. So the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the highest interested levels. These murders were two sides of the same coin, linked by the common motive, a contractual agreement. As such, that they appeared utterly unrelated, yet in truth, the assassins were complicit with one singular devilish scheme. That disassociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were believed to be motivation to help this plot. But wait a minute, Shrooms. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins was suggesting, that would mean the Japanese killer target was never Shirajoki. It would mean Asogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson. Nani? Kira was after Gregson? The Jotsuki wasn't actually the mark. Yes, that's exactly what you mean. I'll hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep up Inspector safe. Mr. Sholmes. I told him my fears and implored him to seek the transfer to an overseas position. Obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow. Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Grissom did mention that to us in the Great Exhibition. That he'd be transferring to the Paris police and taking Great Gina with him. But without him informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, turned out to be his very last. This is too much to take in. Everything's sad now. Alright everyone, that's quite enough of that serious talk for one day. Isn't it early, I mean? Look at the time! Ah, quite right, Iris. I must conclude our preparations for tomorrow. What preparations? Well, I think I shall take my way back to the hotel room now. It's certainly been quite the night to remember. It is. A little bit sad, though. I mean, not of you being my daddy. Because then, so you have been my big sister. I'm sorry, Iris. I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Were you? If someone like me would be worthy, I'd be delighted to become your sister. Nani? Really? Oh yes, without question. So, you'll teach me all the ways to know how to throw Runo on the floor? Yes, of course. It'll be quite my pleasure. You don't have to agree quite so readily. I'm right here. Oh, wait a minute. As soon as he gets to be my big sister, he can be my brother if you want, Runo. Huh? I mean, yes, of course. You'll have me. I'm glad to be your brother. Well done, Iris. You must say, be mindful of feelings. I've raised you too well. Because as sensitive as you are, in your strong suit, naturally. Shrimps is a dick. Right, I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now. Because I'm my big brother and my big sister. And if you say I'm not anymore, I'm going to shoot you. What's all this talk about preparations tomorrow? Preparing for what? We'll have to wait and see. Oh. Good luck in the court tomorrow. I'm expecting a startling performance. I'll do my very best, like no one ever was, Mr. Sholmes. Good. Now I'm gonna watch. Show to turn the lights out. Yes, for a dramatic exit. So the overnight break in trials proceeds became a crucial turning point, exposing a new truth whilst posing new conundrums. That list of 4 names on the telegram to Joshua's office. An extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. I felt though I'd been plunged into an ever greater darkness all of a sudden. But at the same time, I felt so I'd see the light again soon. Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfast behind me. I put firecrackers under your pillow tonight. Wait, what? To be continued. Okay, I've only been going for 30 minutes. I'm not going to run another ad break now. It's too early for another ad break. I was on run my ad breaks during these scenes here, but it's only been 30 minutes. I'm not going to do one. I'm not that mean. Yet. 4th of November, 9:30 AM, all by the courtroom. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the close of trial 10 years ago, and some associated facts have come to light in proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally conducting its own brand of justice. And the discovery that Representative Yard Inspector was at the heart of the most perished assassination plot. Well, I said all members of the judiciary here present in the association, it will stop at nothing. And cover the whole truth about these wrongdoings. Damn it, where are my pigeons? Where are my doves? I told you this is not your office. There's no dove budget for the courtrooms. God damn it, man. Counsels, you undertake the trials with the resolve to pursue the truth to that bitter end. Resolve? Yes, that's my intention. Ellipses. My lord, blah. If I may inquire. Defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Sogi permitted to continue his role as prosecutor? Blah. There's a method of concluding with the victim to plot assassination of an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone in leading to prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that the judgment for my transgressions be delayed to 1 day. Blah. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life to the last 10 years has all been leading up to this 1 day. Kazuma, whatever the outcome of this trial, I'll give my word that I'll accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same. Reaper. Blah. Kazuma is bristling with honesty today. Okay, the suggestion that we're heading to very dangerous territory. Is there really even Kazuma-sama standing there before us? As extreme as expressions of normal proceedings, I have granted this request. The defense finds is acceptable, I presume. Yes, my lord. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare the quorum in session once again. Resume the course hearing. Bonjak Van Zeek. Defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Very well then. Preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Sogi, begin. As you wish, my lord. Prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Shigeru Jigoi to the courtroom. Well, at least we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Ryusuke, it's time for the steal your resolve, because it's going to test you to the limit. Push it to the limit. Defend them to the very end. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Ha! So it was you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena. I did what was necessary. Well, you look like the young man you've become. I didn't think the day would take me to tone with me, I must say. The witness will assure. The witness responsible will assure the presence of the question asked. My name is Shinsaro Jujurki, Supreme Court Judge of the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, the man came to London visiting student. 6 years later, returned to Japan. As well as proceeding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am of course fully aware of judgments in his pre-omitted roles. I invited him personally to attend the Forensic Investigation Symposium representative of his country. I hear also played a key role in the conclusion of the Allies-Japanese Treaty of Friendship negotiations. Ho ho ho! It was a great honor to be involved in those negotiations. I put all of it into my treaty. Judge Yoki, I must ask. Well, I know Freddy, a young murdering student, turned up here as all places. You acquitted me yourself, and now I'm practicing a defense lawyer. Yes, a full self-important like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came in London by investigating internal forensic symposium, but then without informing anyone on your plans, you took flight to France. To flight? I have to object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this. I am sorry to say. I decline to comment. But in the court preparatory was when I first invited the guests may be in question or adequate, but a decision unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that the representative police inspector had been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I obviously had never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I am in no position to testify. Simple as that. So you would run from all this? I beg your pardon? This case is more far-reaching than a murder of Director Inspector Gregson. It is tied to another murder, a case which tied to Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan? The murder of John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right. And you, Judge Yuruki, are the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Ronosuke, I see from looking in your eyes that you resolve to carry on through the very end too. Let's see your evidence then. What proof do you have that Sencho was involved in these cases?
Take that!
This telegram detailing the communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communications contained the four names: Kayasogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. You're little. Where did you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Cherokee. Nani? How on earth did you... What is it all about? Why is my name on that list? This was the four names for a certain pattern. T. Gregson, J. Wilson are the names of victims. Kayasogi and Aishin are the names of assassins. No! A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken by a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Jezebel Barrett. Her real name was Assassin, a professional killer. Her name is essentially Assassin. It's on the mission to kill Great Britain. Assassin and her victim Jane Wilson. The murder of death that took place in London was a counterpart of that crime. Assassin sent from Japan, also visiting student Kazuma Asogi. The victim, Brady Preserve Protector, Tobias Gregson. Kayasogi T. Gregson. One assassin for each country killed target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These two cases of murder that took place in Britain and one in Japan were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country in the form of assassination exchange. By the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of the international contact to kill. Nutty! Crime was found in your office, Judge Yuki. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Judge Yuki, what is this all about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Yuki at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard. As shown by the name, the killing contract. Very impressive, Nosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target was an order to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The death of Shogochi was the mark came entirely from you. But you deliberately avoided the saying the name. French claims the four men are to have some sort of intentional change today. I'm sure I speak of all president when I say that is a very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jerksky, what do you have to say for yourself? His silence goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point that new developing brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of the Inspector Gregson's actual murder was the witness cabin on board the SS Grouse. Judge Yoki, you have to testify now to refuse to put you in contempt of court. There's no need for questions on sufficient stare, young man. Very well then. A party gift to you all. I shall tell you everything I know. Since the judgment was informed, but the court must hear. The alleged accession exchange. The events of the 31st of October. The present formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. The witness's testimony. It's true that Kazuma Suzuki was assigned to assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. His condition was a British study tour. However, in the end, something happened. In the end, the young man was unable to carry his mission. On the evening of the question, a member of the crew was on duty outside the cabin at all times. When a shot fired, and the crewman would have heard it. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it so clearly. I can't be involved. So you admit it then. This communication suggests there was an assassination exchange between Britain and Japan. But they're going down to the highest levels. Not something I can discuss here. It is such a worthy practice as a foreign student to consider somebody into committing murder. The most appalling thing I've ever heard. Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. Pardon? Asogi had reason for taking his sword to the British inspector, you know. What? I know that. I know the reason why. It's because of your autopsy report. The vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson. The reason why Kazuma's father was even convicted at all was because of Gregson. Which is why I helped accept the mission in the first place, isn't it right, Consul? Kazuma-sama. Judge Yoki, if you're the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, tell the court to identify their counterpart in the Britain. I'm not obliged to have all that information. As I said yesterday, I killed nobody. I freely admit this. I accepted the mission on the night the plan was executed, but I blacked out. In short, the assassination agent saying the defense is identified as unrelated to the events of the case. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard the steampunk deck. Because if he had been shot in the cabin, and inconceivable that murder, the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, the room on the Fronto Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Bulk Van Zieks. The prosecution accuses remains unchanged. Think that similar electronic exchange program was a facade for some immaculate dealings. Certainly a plot by any government the minister high and ranking judge can witness and hope to execute. Well, it seems to recall that someone in the British side who controlled everything, be that as it may, I'm no place to the court to pursue the villainous assassination plot exchange. We have considered only the tangible evidence pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel? Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Let's do this. It's true that Cosmo Stik was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. That was Inspector T. Gregson, the condition of British Empire, British study tour. However, in the end, something happened and meant the hangman was unable to carry his mission. And even in question, a member of the crew was on duty at the cabin at all times.
Objection!
That was easy. Yes, the court had heard there was a crewman posted outside Judge Yuki's cabin. However, we can be sure the contrary was the witnesses claimed. The guard wasn't there at all times. Nani? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. What? Where did you get that? The evidence gathered by Herlock Sholmes. It was acquired yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again? According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk, exactly 10 PM, for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Gurge was together on the deck for an evacuation drill. All crew members were away from their posts. And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from the old cabin would have been hard to hear out of anyone. In summary, the Judge Yoki, you had a complete opportunity to commit the crime. Grah!
Objection!
A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's exactly fine, Runosuke. But at the moment, it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin, and this shows detective evidence that shows this testimony can be false. Your accusations are nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, counsel. Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Greasy's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has evidence to prove it. You present evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that Victor's wife was taken in Judge's cabin 13th of October?
Take that!
Judge Yoki, this was sent to your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? Oh, a pocket watch. If you observe, the victim's pocket watch, which was known to his treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is perfect fit on the spindle, protruding from the victim's pocket watch. Now, the fact this was retrieved from Judge Yoki's cabin is that the victim was almost certainly broke in there. Grah. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st, during the 20-minute activation drill, in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Yoki. Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, young murderer?
Objection!
Exactly maneuvered, Minosuke. Your argument sounds perfectly plausible, entirely plausible, at first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? Nani? I believe Judge Yoki feels the same way. I was wrong quoted you earlier this year in the Hey, don't say you have no proof they did that. I actually do have proof. Where's the group photo? I can see the bag. We had the body kept in it.
What's wrong? I was wrong to quit you earlier in the year.
Sorry?
If I'd known it would be a result, anyone would have having listened to me would just drivel. I've declared you guilty and spare the world of ridiculous bombast.
Dick.
I think it's clear that the witnesses give further testimony. Well, you hear it actually happened at Cabin that night? You'll notice the pitfall in which you've stumbled. Prior to a renowned testimony, I would like to clarify one point. For this part of victim's watch was discovered in your cabin, means that you acknowledged he was there, I presume?
Yes, I do.
Very well then. The prosecution gave your formal testimony about exactly what happened in your cabin aboard the skip evening 31st of October. Of course, as the man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice.
Events in the courtroom.
I had a guest waiting for me to return to my cabin after finishing the evening meal during the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustached Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I took care of him with an earpiece no throw, though he couldn't wait to run after that. I imagine his watch broke when I threw him over my shoulder. I had nothing to do with his murder. Inspector was clearly killed, having returned to Britain because his body is found in London.
Prosancy?
A common judicial martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed heavily for his watch to take. So, what's going to hurt? Imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you?
What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin has nowhere proved the victim's murder took place there.
Gah! Blech. I've no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger.
Yes, because of the mailing and tradition, not the Reaper's hands of death.
Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense so far, I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord.
But if this testimony holds, judgment involvement had no involvement in the case.
Well, counsel, I really have no reason to waste your precious time here on cross-examination. Ah, my face!
Sorry, my lord. The defense is right to cross-examine. I don't intend to squander that. Isn't that right, Mr. Sweakers?
Yes! Your embarrassment is for a countryman is not been pain. In that case, proceed, Mr. Nardo.
Everyone in this case just says eat and grapple at this point.
I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal at the dining room.
Hold it!
The so-called guard posted at your cabin door just let the killer pass, you mean?
Apparently, Grayson told the crewman he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course.
He wouldn't have had identification with him, though.
He had a trench coat, and a moustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced.
But a man accompanying him would have had two swords slung around his waist.
You mean me?
Who else?
Yes, that's true. You gotta hope the slight a few swords might have, instead of alarm bells, Gregson's head.
The point is, I left the cabin before the occupant returned. I immediately disembarked the ship.
Certainly. I can tell you that no other inspector was waiting for me. All I can tell you that there was currently, all I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back at the cabin.
You entered your cabin with the inkling of suspicion?
That's right. No one whatsoever. I walked through the door. A mustached Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me.
Hold it!
Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson.
Yes. At the time, I didn't know the man's name. There was no time for introduction. I valued my life over manners.
By which you mean, the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose?
Certainly the impression given by the gun pointed in my direction. But but I'd never seen a muzzle revolver shake about so much in all my life. I wouldn't think the man had been shot by never shot at someone before. Believe it or not, most of us haven't. Anyway, there was no time to call help. The crew man on the door, so I dealt with him myself. As soon as I took care of him with an emergency throw, he couldn't wait to run out after that. Even though he had a gun, you were very brave to move, wasn't it? My adversary is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you. But surely all the commotion caused the crewmen to come in, didn't it? Huh? Yes, of course. He burst in immediately after out knocking. Hey, Mark, welcome. What's up is I've hit affiliate. So I'm now affiliated. Woo! He better hurl himself as a rocky follower, and he managed to slip past him, making his escape. The outstanding guard does it again. Oh, lucky there wasn't a situation I can get out of by quick opponents I throw. I imagine his watch broke when I threw him over the shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder.
Hold it!
The crown snapped off the glass covering and the face of the watch was cracked. Preferable to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, don't you say? Oh, good little Mac, thank you so much for asking. Not the man was spared for long, bullet to the chest, soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove the murder took place. Absolutely not. All watch prove the power of my jiu-jitsu thrower. Whatever you say, doesn't quite ring true. No shots were fired in the cabin. Because there was obviously a bullet hole in the wall. Whoa! What are you talking about? That's the of lore about detective stories taught us. They don't care for such fiction. Can you work that out yet? You little stripling. No murder took place in my cabin. You better clearly killed and returned to the Britain because the body was found in London. No evidence proves that the victim was returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think of the idea of yours through now, stripling. Nanny? The victim was killed in the steamship in France. How on earth could have been gone back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. No devil of a thing. Well, then, obviously the culprit had moved the body. How exactly? Carry a corpse off a ship in your arms will raise a few eyebrows, at least, don't you think? Well, yes, that's true. But all personal log is inspected upon uploading and arriving vessels. We have to think the police board will require the corpse and the Englishman's gentleman's hand luggage. If the murder took place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been decomposed at sea. There'd be no sense risking it being caught by attempting to transfer the body back to Britain. That killed that idea then. But perhaps not. Said so. We've heard that the first-class passengers are under constant scrutiny of the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body at sea. Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Yeah, man, you're really new to this, aren't you? Although I've been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it the words you can understand. I think I'll try to alter my testimony to consent your loss, my lord. I have no objections to your rendered testimony now. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. Yes, there is. I have proof, and I will show it to you right now.
Objection!
There's no possible way you could remove the expected correction body, you say. I'd say the opposite is true. What's that supposed to mean?
Far from behind impossible for you to do. Chance when Inspector Grison's body back to Britain's something only you could do.
What are you talking about, Renosuke?
As being a judge, Mr. Judge also has Japanese Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his logic searched for the entire when he enters the country. You know that when we first met you upon your arrival in London.
Well, those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a long time. I must say, I've been very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that. Did you? Ha! I knew you were jealous. Ha 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 ha!
I assume you recall this, Judge Yoki. The photograph took place in the foyer of documents on the occasion. And the court note that you have with you, your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruto, sure you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals in Japan at the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Yoki's trunk. Grah! I know they found me out.
Order, order, order in the court! I'm skeptical, Counsel. There's a groom body could fit inside the large travel trunk.
It could. Because I happen to know the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fit inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Yoki? But inside his trunk, how horrifying! And after we'd spoken with the Great Waterloo Hotel, we had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Francis Street. Take your trunk with you to the cab to dispose of the inspector's body.
I have to listen to this nonsense.
Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She acknowledged that there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise a true Dharma death. And also the body decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator.
Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of quite size are far from few in between.
Yes, I'm sure they are. But the place they can certainly be found is on all large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrical refrigerated cool rooms to keep the food fresh on long sea voyages. And SS Gas is no exception. This American told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Yoki? How much do you belong to debate? You can't eliminate the truth. All evidence points to you being the killer.
Well, it was very heartening. I think that was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour.
What are you talking about now?
Little reason, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. Well, I can see they have both laid firm foundations for it already.
Judge Yoki, please stop diverting attention away from the issue at hand. The defense has made accusations against you. How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
Why have I not?
Because you can ever begin to answer the question, the victim was killed. You must first establish one key fact. Where the victim was killed. Quite logical.
The actual scene of the crime? Punches and stances unaltered. The killing took place on the Francis Street. The gunshot was heard. As the accused, Vovanzik shot the victim at point-blank range.
There's no tangible evidence. It's just enough to prove the prosecution's claim at the time.
Defense additions amount to little more time than an elaborate fairy tale.
I'm afraid that's how logical reasoning in Britain are known for really works, young strapling.
The victim was shot in that little room on Francis Street and died instantly. I'm afraid the prosecution's claims are the only fairy tale here.
How can you say that?
Quite simply. Because the claims can be contradicted to certain pieces of evidence in our possession.
Very tantalizing, Counsel. Of a better explanation. Yourself the court, don't you? The person claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he shot at the scene of the French Street. But evidence clearly contradicts that claim. He didn't die instantly. This is pretty... Maybe because of this. He took it out of his pocket when he died.
Take that!
No. Was he killed in the room in Francis Street? Or was he moved there after his death? The one piece of evidence where I have to show us the answer to the question surprisingly clearly. Perhaps we should try. Present the correct one this time, then, Mr. Nato. Are you going to try again? Of course you can hold. I can't hold your hand, said Fastest Point. The person claims Inspector Grayson died instantly when they shot scene when they shot the scene in Francis Street. The evidence clearly contradicts his claim. Is it blood on the chest? No.
Take that!
It's supposed to be obvious. It's not obvious at all.
Take that!
This one was easier. This one is much harder. Is it just his autopsy report?
Take that!
No, his autopsy report.
Take that! Take that!
For another victim's very location he claims he killed? Yes, but the point is this. The posture of the body itself. When Petra Grissom has been shot there in that room, without the question, his body would have been killed. His body would have been killed up in a ball like that. Don't disappoint you. My logic is flawed. He would easily have adopted the fetal position due to the pain of the shot, subsequently fatal. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Yoki, but your logic is flawed. What? According to the autopsy report, the victim died instantly. His wound felt no pain, much less being able to draw himself to that position. Ah! Which begs the question, why is the victim killed up in that way? Although the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting Petra's body took the pulse to the head of arrival on Francis Street, before it coldly turned on the floor from inside the large shovel case. No! You're quite right. The shape of the body. Exactly what you kept in a confined space. Judge Yoki, pretend you're mention. Maybe it's very possible to contain the traces of the victim's blood. Ah! Present my trunk? I refuse. Nani? On what grounds? I'm a miserable foreigner, fresh from Japan, and from Japan. I don't have been put up with this treatment. I just got some strapling-based accusations. In other words, Judge Yoki, there's blood in their trunk. I decline to answer that. As a Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to... At this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness on trial in British highest court. I don't care who you are, what your status is outside this courtroom might be, but you will not withhold information. Nothing's more important than the truth. He angry. Order on the court. Well, Judge Yoki. Well, what's it to be? You can't be serious. You did it. Have you no shame after all, Kazuma Sergi? What? Very well, I admit it. I'd bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated in the defense. What? You? Dear God, outrageous! So it was you. You admitted to Inspector... No, I admitted nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is your cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided upon my only option was to bring it to Britain and have me dispose of it somewhere else. You can't deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth killed him then? I don't know. There was one other person in my cabin that night.
he had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted the mission to take the inspector's life. Oh, that's right. It was you, Kazuma Sergi. You. I never thought you'd slip to this, Shinzo Suzuki. You've taken the whole world straight out of my mouth. Prosecutor Kazuma Sergi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsels already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make for that, young strapling? You've heard the testimony now. All I have to do is say on the matter. I've meant to nothing more. I don't believe this. Counsel for the defense. At your position now, court awaits your response to the witness's assertions. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Kazuma Sergi. It isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer is right in front of me. It comes down to Joki and Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense has already responded to the assumption put forward by the Judge Joki. The idea that a victim murder could have been committed by prosecutor Sergi is... Judge Joki, let me remind you of something you said earlier a few minutes ago. You claim that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial system. Is it? There's no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for the prosecutor to commit the crime. What? Court only accepted arguments as supported by company evidence. To present anything you have, counsel. What proof is it that those demonstrations are possible for prosecution to have involvement? Pretty sure it's his katana because he doesn't use a gun. He has a sword.
Take that!
You're making the evidence weeping here, Rhino say, not I. Oh, sorry? Every piece of evidence has a role to play in arriving at the truth. The pressings have crossed around the courtroom entertainment. Blah! Blah. Never mind the evidence. You're about to make a weeping, Naruto. Oh no, I couldn't stop this then. Remember the first class had security duty the first class all the time. As long as the guard was there, he would have been impossible to fire a shot without being heard. It can very much narrow down the crime being committed. Court now owns up the evidence supported by the compelling evidence. So present what you have to counsel. What proves that the logic demonstrates the possibility of involvement?
Take that!
This itinerary from the crew with the disgrace, my lord, is conclusive proof. Itinerary? What does that prove anything? You're jerky. You mentioned acknowledging that you were found the victim's body in your cabin. This itinerary suddenly becomes much more significant. What? Why? The night in question, as always, the cream itinerary on the ground on the guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it was inconceivable that the guard wouldn't be heard what to investigate. So, to tell us the crime must have been taking place when the guard was elsewhere. Then there's down to 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I do no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation direction took place, the ship had already been put to sea from port in Dunkirk. Oh. Now, clearly the murder could have only been committed by someone on board the ship vessel at the time. But Professor Yosuke stated yesterday in proceedings, I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. I thought I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent the night in a boarding house in town, and I returned to England the following morning. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Sergi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. No, I Absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The body's just saying exonerate himself. We can't trust these brothers to back to the vessel. Obviously, I have to leave in my cabin. He himself somewhere in my ship. Just waiting for the chance to come back and finish it.
Sorry, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense already recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in the boarding house in Dunkirk. And I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodation registry book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof.
Grah! No! Oi!
There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're judged. You can get your judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court the honest answer and a common man. You can expect Tobias to Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. We dumped the body in the room of Franco Street and made it look at the murder at happened here. That's what really happened, isn't it? Shinso Joroki.
That damn troll 10 years ago. That's when all this began.
He mad.
Looking back now, my further start on that day, I was doomed already. Ah!
Oh fuck. He's on Super Saiyan.
It's over. My life is over.
He broke it and sent it into the roof somehow. His rage defied gravity. A British assassin eliminate the Professor of Japan. A British assassin eliminate the detective in Britain. Both assassins will be used to my community to evade the conviction and return safely to their homelands.
The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. There was hardly a request. It was a demand.
And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Osogi. If things didn't go according to plan, your chosen assassin never made it to Britain, and you found yourself unable to dispatch the replacement. Because it was already on the way to Britain at the time, because of his place.
And that left me with only one opportunity to carry out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that.
International Forensic Symposium, I presume.
That's right.
I decided it would be as safe as to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. I enlisted the help of my British counterpart and made an arrangement for the pretext to take Inspector Dunkirk.
To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper.
What? The Reaper? But the only person who could have committed that is the Minister masterminded the entire operation. The Reaper himself. So, you mean the assassination was all planned by the Reaper?
I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart.
Anyway, Victor accepted the Reaper's mission and definitely infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But all the traps designed to lead him to France and his own death. Oh, how awful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall the evening. I didn't give him the time to attack. I choked him until he lost consciousness. There was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the assassin noise might have aroused suspicion, so I betted my time in waiting.
For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock,
I attempted to finish him by stationing the strangling before I had a chance. He suddenly came around and went for a reckless move. I said the British issued gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary and visiting a student. I didn't imagine I'd have to use it for something like that.
So the revolver belongs to you, does it? And the victim was killed inside your cabin on the guest's grouse. This begs the question. Why'd you arrange for the body to be discovered in the room in Fausto Street?
Young District isn't over there. I've already answered that question. The only way I could take the body upon the deck, throwing it over the side. Now, precisely where all the crewmen were gathered, the evacuation drill. Before our first class cabin series returned, I took the corpse to the refrigerator room. Then arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in the trunk in order to smuggle it to the border police. I knew I needed to take the steps if the police were to be convinced the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. The limited details of Inspector Gregson's international intended schedule. Yes. The British ambassador said everything I need to know. The inspector was due to Francis Street at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I ordered to meet the man the name of Hugh Bone, whom he would take back to police identification. Ah! I thought the man would be a perfect person to set up the culprit. I took a hickory charge from over the body and stole the trunk. Must be that just after you took the photograph in your hotel then. Yes, I was expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Front Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I convinced her the candle trick. I considered the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl, buying enough firecrackers to repeat the gunshot. But so did this guys. For some reason, the inspector had brought a bright red hairpiece, her own traveling case. So I put it out on. Although I expect it drew more attention to myself than I would have otherwise. Hairpiece found at the scene. Inspector Gritz in it for the Red-Headed League investigation. I arrived at the room a quarter to 5. So I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, set up the little candle trick. Arranged the firecracker would go off bang 15 minutes later. So Mr. Hughes Bone, due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into the trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips. Ah! I noticed that I'd fallen out of his pocket that I moved the body to the refrigerator room. Put it back in his pocket the following morning, but... well, it's in the warmth of the heated cabin after the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the story details of what I did. I've heard enough. Of why the truth and murder of one countryman by a couple of members of inspectors was to be tried in court in coming days. For a crime of such vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. Exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Jerky, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though, as things stand, you may never well return to set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can you get over this now? It's finished, all of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of the court. This man before us has admitted the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. What the fuck? Oh no. No, that's not good. To Judge Rocky, it's our opinion of the court that you should be found. Wait, shouldn't I go? Wait. And I remind all those present, strict confidentiality demands of the closed court. I thought it'd been I thought he would have made like my client guilty. I thought he was like turning at the last second to make saying guilty. Moments ago, Judge Mr. Yoki signed a witness confession, admitting the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond a doubt. Wonderful. Well done, Naruto. Yes, thank you. It's not done yet, something's gonna happen. Is something wrong? I'm a little troubled by his silence. The true identity of Reaper of the Bailey, showing the assassin exchange. I do remain the box out of mysteries, however. So far, I took a board against the defendant. The trial has reached its conclusion. Blah. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor, as you wish. Now, for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant, Brock Van Zeek.
Objection.
There it is. That's what I was waiting for. The person is cause for adjudication to be deferred. Counsel. The accuser's innocent has not been fully established at all, as therefore would be very to declare a verdict at this time. As prosecution's unwavering position. What? But Judge Yuki's already confessed. Nevertheless, Brock Van Zeek has committed crimes which he must be punished. Well, what appear of information the court needs to hear, Professor Sugi. Surely, the murder of Inspector Gregson was carried out by Judge Yosuke, but the clear form the witness testimony which was concerned, the complying to the plot, into this sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but... So, I want to know, who is concerns Joki into pulling the strings? A victim with the France having ordered on the messenger to the Reaper, but only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind all the assassination exchange is someone in this position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly, or it would appear they follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dark Van Zeek of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. What? What? Order! 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 Reaper of the Bailey, a long-standing mystery of the Council. You suggesting you have new information with which to build a case? Conduct has already investigated Lord Van Zeek thoroughly in that regard. They found no evidence whatsoever to substitute the claims of the Reaper. Perhaps, but circumstances have not changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange negotiated with Joker by the Reaper himself, which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is prosecution's intention here. Blah, I must say I'm surprised. How quite tenacious you appear to want to research my name. Ellipses. You are guilty of unforgivable crimes, Lord Van Zeek. And I will bring you to justice for it. Whatever it takes. That explains Cosmo's silence before. You'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zeek's unwillingly decided 10 years ago. Very well. Whilst extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution's further opportunities for witnesses to testify. The defendant will disclose any and all information as the Reaper assassination exchange. Thank you, my lord, for the guiding court as so wisely. Everyone declare the court to in session for its public hearing. Okay, testify. I know nothing. Blair. Pray turn the blind eye to this courtesy as I've verified the file on the man occasion. has started my contents to be hallowed chalice. Lord Van Zeke. First I had to suffer the penalty of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implying guilt that goes with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now, and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let the justice decide. Lord Van Zeke. The prosecution seeks to begin building a case to call the accuser stand a primary witness, and also maintain the anti-accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense? Putting the defense in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. Because my summer is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically. You're right that he's not himself. But I know it would be like this. Come here today to determine the face through by the eyes. I as a lawyer, and as his friend. That's what we must do. The defense has no objections, my lord. Very well, the defendant will now make a stand. They give a formal testimony to subject of your involvement in the Reaper. It's a Phoenix Wright game. The prosecution needs no evidence. Only we have to give evidence. The prosecution can just say what the fuck they want. The Reaper and the assassin exchange. Blah, I've taken my life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and now answer the Gregson involvement. That's the reason why I went to Francis Street that day, to see how I could discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself and Gregson and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there is no reason to suspect me of having an assassination exchange. So you deny all accusations of prosecution. Both you and the Reaper of the Bailey that you mastermind the accusation exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that is falsity, which I am alone in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes that testimony just given its accused is untrue. Investigator Tonato? Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What reason brings you to this courtroom? Desire to uncover the truth. Even the truth proves the client is guilty. For all my experience in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth cannot be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. You want to remember what you just said. Enough theology chatter. Counsel and defense proceed with cross-examination of the witness. Yes, my lord. Exactly what the thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you've confided lies within this man's testimony. I've never taken the life of another kid. I've investigated the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I'm aware of Gregson's involvement. The reason why I went to Francis Street that day so I can cover the body. But there's no common difference between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. And here it is. Present.
Objection!
What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old. An autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. What? Blah. What? My brother's autopsy report? I'm pleased to see. The defense doesn't intend to run from undeniable truth. Order on the court. What's the reason you have for presenting this 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? This autopsy report from the professor's final victim. An intelligible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Blah. The accused's name again, Professor. I personally reached all the court records related to the case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege in the victim's souls. And for a member of the aristocracy, like Lord Clint Van Zeke, to be unthinkable. If someone implored the power to allow the autopsy to go ahead, Inspector Grayson. He declared that it was certain that he would obtain a conclusive proof from the procedure. And what did the person who conducted the autopsy? His signature was clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved that Gishin Asogi was guilty of murder. My brother's dying moments mustered all his remaining strength to leave a vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor of his crime that concluded events with the victim. He enabled Lord Van Ziek to avenge his brother Sento's death, marvelous victory in court. Bleh. A mother's victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. Nani? Could be the same if you turned into a... Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence was questioned was fabricated? If Inspector, the coroner, and prosecutor all concluded together. Because innocent Japanese man, the mass murderer, sent him to death. To his death. Blah, that's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason, the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the Inspector, coroner, has been silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain. In two codes of creative assassination in exchange. Order! 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 10 years ago, my father was convicted of this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and you swore this, and I swore myself to prove it, which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost. Bleh. You'll have to forgive me. I feel compelled to toast a Vegemopsy's tendency proposed here. However, he who fails to quash the emotion of the courtroom. He failed as a lawyer. Come on. You know what went wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in trial that took place over a decade ago. You must see that without evidence, there's nothing more than wild accusations. As it happens, I have evidence. Nani? As the goddess said, I crossed the Channel to France with Gagan on the 31st. I went to him and pretext of being an assassin and recruited the Senosugi. But true intentions? Was to make the inspector tell me the truth. Bleh, what truth? The truth about the evidence, and acknowledge that he had already deduced that the closely guarded secret about what went on in the autopsy 10 years ago. Bleh, what's a secret? I know nothing of any secrets. While he waited for my supposed mark of deserted cabin, I drew my clan's illustration sword, closed him up before the inspector's eyes. He quite quickly understood my true motives was. Right, I see. Well, that's so good, young lad, are you? And what, you're gonna cut me down? That thing, is it? That will be very much depending on your answers you give my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all. Before we get into it, let me mark one thing clear. I still believe your father was a professor, there's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit then, the evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you speak? I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it. That's right. Even then. That's when the tip of the blades broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama. If the results, Clinton Van Ziek's autopsy were fabricated,
The investigation officer Gregson and the leading coroner Wilson must have known about it, and the girl have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Bok Van Ziek. In other words, the offender did cause the organization change of the assassins. Exactly, as established earlier. Have they proved the Ripper himself, let the judge use Japan arrange an exchange. What evidence have you proven? It's just your word. Give us evidence. Defies Ripper's true identity. Can I be the man who's standing accused in the courtroom, Brooke Van Ziek?
Objection!
Blah. Kazuma Asoki. Nani? What you've just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence to tell 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know the name of the Reaper. What? What? Lord Van Ziek? Blair. I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. Was it his brother? If Lord Van Ziek isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there's only one other person that could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You. There's a feeling this name's going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is. Oh god, it's gonna be the fucking judge. I think you're right, Squeakers.
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassination exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mel Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart. Yes, it's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution professors got caught. It had only taken place after his brother, Lord Van Clint, had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Ziek, 10 years ago, I was a very notable profession. I had burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for the control of the case. The investigation, to that point, the supplication of the Lord to allow the brother to come to the amendment, all the amendment I was given, the autopsy report, all that came from you. I spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken. In a hugely individual force was caused the inspector, the coroner to break the laws 10 years ago. The same force that still felt decades later on the other side of the world by Shincho Juriki. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. Court awaits your response, my lord. May very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it's no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. Hey, wait, you're throwing me under the bus? You're the one accusing. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense claims are utterly nonsense, and rather touchy at best. You're not going to defend yourself. You claim there's wrongdoing in Lord Clint Van Ziek's autopsy, but that's untrue. But I heard from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where's your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. I'm sorry, that's about 7 games down the line, then we can do that. You mean to say Forget how the system works in your little backwater country. In the court of British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. No intention of entering this far fantasy can possibly underestimate anyone's anything. Gog! Order on the court! Following Dr. Greggson's murder, in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there was really no land left to testify about the events of 10 years ago. Is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassination exchange. The court is no business raking over the coals of the case that concluded decades ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense are categorically denied. I take there is no objections. Customer. He's more than less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there real nothing else we can do now? There's no other avenue we can push to the truth about that happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zieg's actual autopsy. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover these tracks, in far dispatching assassins all the way to the Japanese Wilson silence. Dr. Scythe won't know anything against Strongheart. But there's still a ray of hope.
Objection!
Thank you. Tea has arrived. Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who, Roscoe? Who? Tell me. Close my eye. Please. This trial can't end. Not yet. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth, and nothing but the truth.
Take that!
Heaven help us, another Japanese. Expert from Pakistan, an expert of forensic medicine. Lord, Professor Yuzo class. 16 years ago, he got London with Shirotaro Joke and Genshin Asogi, visiting student. What can this expert possibly tell us? Professor Mako was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. Autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. He was the primary assistant on duty. It was the primary assistant on duty written in the record. The coroner works during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely reads over the report as ended and signed it. In other words, Professor Mako witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands Professor Mako be summoned to the witness stand as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happens to him in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something we can all tell us. Denied! I'm the judge. Fuck you. The defense demands is denied. Nani? Professor Mako was in the London the very moment. You could summon him. He stands as witness. He's in the fucking judiciary behind us. Of course not. They don't agree to summon Drunkard's intention of summoning anyone who knows. To concern of protecting himself. Prosecutor Aksogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. A minute ago, you accused the defendant of being the raper of the masterminding this assassin exchange. I did, yes. The present of evidence ignores those claims and make your case completely. Aye. At this time, I don't have requisite evidence, but exactly why we need the witness testimony. Ha! Good try, bitch. The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster any argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by a spirit of your late homicidal father. Yeah. Now, as I started earlier, the court has already been reached a conclusion for the respective matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by the Japanese Supreme Court Judge Jurichi Isuki. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigating due to proper involvement.
Objection!
But we all know what really happened. You would just give us a mastermind the whole venture. It's time to cover up his tracks again. But what do you mean, me? The punishment for this contempt behaviour will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Sergey, you'll be remanded following this proceeding willingly, I trust, since you've given your word. Yog! This bit game of revenge is over. You see, Master Young Master Sergey. Grr. Grr. Welcome, Linkley. That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is... He's gonna be standing right there in the stand, isn't he? Objection! Mr. Sholmes! There's no place for amateur detection. Mr. Sholmes, I may remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave this courtroom at once. Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the prevention of the Jicho choking before they fled to Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. No! My Lord Maelstrom Heart. It is imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? Either recall your own words from that preceding trial. Let's answer the question, if I may. We'll stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind the disturbing findings. Surely it cannot be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper itself erase that from your memory. Can it? Oh, good, Linkley. You show up when you can. You don't have to be here. Whole truth has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of history present here today. Put it to you, my dear fellows. Should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend, if nodding along to the proclamation of your superiors? Order in the court! It would seem that we have stand before the door and leads to the new era of leader classes, a door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper decades-long eternity. For you, and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push the doors open now. The orders in the gallery have no right to express their opinion of the proceedings. Silence! He's right! He's right! The judge has absolute authority here! Yes, if you cause the trial to an end, it must end. But will that really do? It seems dark things will occur behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Mommy, how do we get in here? I don't know, honey. This is a normal trial. What? What? The trial should go on. Summon the witness. That's right. We need to clear up this before the young Japanese fellows remain in custody. My lord, you assured the present that you will uncover the truth, the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself with outlandish accusations. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. The very foundation of the British law. Get fucked, my lord. Well, my lord, you're the voice of the British justice. I take it. I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. Nope, trial's over. Boom, and runs out the door. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange a subpoena for the witness at once. As soon as judgment arrives in the courthouse, shall reconvene. It won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? It's like Richard's got. He's like, okay, Richard's over. Where's the judge? Oh, we saw him jumping out the window. He just sort of ran off into the forest. Mr. Mago is a close friend of mine. He's accompanying me today. He's waiting in the art chamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. Nutty! Professor Mokba is here, in the courtroom! Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this happened, did you? My dear fellows, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I was just asking for that. I was asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, You are no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of developments. Mr. Hana, Mr. Naruto. Yes. I got your name wrong on purpose. I trust you with Eris's lucky little charm with you. Absolutely. It's still in my pocket. Please send her regards, and remember, if you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are always at your disposal. Just one tug, and if you please. So what you missed, Linkley, was the judge from Japan killed Gregson. Asogi confronted Gregson for what happened and confirmed that when his father was convicted, the evidence was faked, and all the faked evidence came under Maelstrom's orders. So now everyone's like, Maelstrom's a reaper. We've got to fucking find this out. He's also the judge. In that case, a trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. Oi, 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 oi. Lord Strongheart, he is the Reaper of the Bailey. Exactly the trial is going to take me, I wonder. Just now I happen to be plunged into the darkness of the abyss. Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to leave the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors lay down underneath. To continue, I'm gonna run a quick ad break and go to the toilet, and then we'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's get longer ad breaks. So witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yuji Mokuba, lecturer of forensic medicine, Imperial Mu, Tokyo, Japan. Fucking Gory's here. And President Mokuba, the young lady beside you is... this is Mary Gory, Scotland Yard's presiding coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. I clicked to run the ad break, so I don't know what to tell you. I just have a button that says click run ad break. Yes, Dr. Scythe. Friend, I can't tell you where she's here. She just appeared.
I am my mummy. You summoned the strange Japanese man to witness the autopsy. But you didn't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it.
I've had her eyes boring to my side of my cheek constantly whilst I'm in the art chamber too. Poor man. They're making me shudder. The revelation of the Dog Strike just came to light some days ago to defile the reputation of the entire district. She is therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. In Mr. of Justice's decision, and that's final. Bleh. Well, wouldn't you want any more perjury to be committed, would we? The Mystery of Justice. Same question Strangles has been pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. McCupper. You certainly never experienced meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. But the person who understands you were visiting the student at Forensic Science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at Saint Strana. Bleh, you were present at the autopsy for my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks? I was, yes. I sent to Dr. Wilson the entire procedure. Tisk! Mum was far more skilled than any Japanese man. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be a primary assistant on the occasion. And this autopsy report actually penned by you, I believe. Yes, I did all the doctor's findings there when we were done reading the documents and signed it. Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of the innards. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. Once of his insistence, Lord Van Zeek's autopsy would never have happened. But they're still absolutely convinced that he would reveal the decisive evidence against Gregson, you see. So Lord Strongheart had entreated the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was a result of the autopsy that mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have no obligation to tell the truth and what really happened went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here. And that's why I'm here too. Very well then. I'll give you a formal testimony now, witness. Before I begin, word of warning. Oh? You will state the truthfully, accurately, what you saw and when you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment I testify verged on suspicion, I will expel you from the courtroom. Remember that. Fucking trying to fight a judge. What is this, America, where you go fight the judge in the hall when you're upset? Look it up. It actually happened. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication that autopsy result was being fabricated. This resulted in a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixed to the heart that I found a little strange. There was no other signs of internal injury, not questionable at all. It was just a beautiful, dangerous piece of evidence removed from his stomach. Blah, presumed to have been swallowed by the victim, a way of permanently identifying his assailant. No indication. Nothing to suggest a fabrication. Professor McBar, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that could possibly identify. Well, that could up it nicely. That's the most super villainy fucking looking laugh I've ever fucking seen in a Phoenix Wright game. The other fabrication here is a shogi. Come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death. But that's a fabrication. No, he did not fully acknowledge it. I swear he did. Freely? The tip of the sword in his throat, the man will clearly be wit's end. Oh, Linkley, just so you know, you're a moderator on my channel, so if you see any problematic chat messages, you can now delete them. God will consider it a confession that utterly of suspicion. Quite simply,
there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Van Zeke's death. And with that testimony, we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. If I may, my lord, there was once something questionable after it. The whole truth does not rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the fact of the case. All four of the Professor's previous victims died by numerous beasts that were set upon them to rip them out their throats. Oh, such horrifying crimes. But curiously, Miguel's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeke, suffered a different fate. Yes, you were right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. That's enough! I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promise to curtail any of testimony as soon as you enter the realms of suspicion or speculation. Huh. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will now pursue a conclusion to this during cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after the testimony, and fully intend to, and that isn't exercise that right. Broske. I'm afraid that even the preceding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. As I'm sure every member of the jury present galley would agree. Huh, fuck you. You're here more than anyone else. There's none. Well, I fully trust you. Very well. May you be concealed. However, the moment your argument strays from the facts, I'll not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end, proceeding the caution. Let me guess. I say one thing. I press one thing wrong, and it's on the end. Yes, my lord. From my information, I couldn't say there was any indication that the had been fabricated. I'm gonna save it here in case the judge ends it if you try and press anything, because games have done that. Like, oh, you pressed the wrong thing. Okay, you instantly lose. Get out of here. Go. Get it.
Hold it!
You couldn't say. No, sadly not. But then you couldn't say there wasn't either, could you? No, true. I couldn't. It was Dr. Wilson aside performed the procedure, according to what he did. But times, of course, instructions, defense being implemented and such like. Whilst I was away, operating on the table, I obviously couldn't mess with something. And those times, was the secondary assistant doing? Following Japanese men's orders just like past his influence. That's what Mama was a vital part of the team. Quiet, yes. Will you kindly refrain from staring at my chick like that? Professor Markba, I think, was there nothing else in place to you? Well, yes, there was. A matter of fact. That's what ultimate wound made by Wester's Ultron sword to fix the heart. I found that a little strange.
Hold it!
Of all the previous four killers abused the Professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled. Correct. And yet Lord Van Zeeks was stabbed. Ah, you mean to say, you think Lord Gluck in fact has been killed, may not have been in fact one of the Professor's victims? There is no doubt on which grounds to default the findings of the investigation carried out at the time. But Getotoki confessed to all these crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of 5 members of the aristocracy. Yet the beast that used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence is found suggesting the Genshin had ever kept a dog. Bleh, a true hound of hell.
Maybe there's a delay in running the ad, maybe? There's no signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. Beautiful, dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Hold it!
But, you weren't actually president of the protest yourself, were you, Dr. Gory? Doesn't that matter? Well, I just wondered how you your testimony can be in that case. I mean, it would be different for your mother, Dr. Scythe, where it stand, but... I know the paperwork for my case. Mama told me the story countless times. The statement I just made exactly what was written in the autopsy report. I did confirm myself at the time. It is true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. I see. Mama told me all about it. Oh? She said there was nothing of note internally. But she did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable. Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Gory. What was it? It's just a beautiful, dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Hold it!
What exactly was it, though? Does a beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was sparkling around with a hole. You might slip a finger, perhaps. A ring. It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi. My father's ring? It was inside the victim's stomach. At the time, Genshin wore a large ring in the distinguished quarters of his left hand, the fourth or ring finger. Understand, the sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan from London 16 years ago, he was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions was sent to our family home in Japanese at his death. The ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. The key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key at the store in Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, I summoned the authorities to check the presence of this ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep aberrations on his finger where they'd been pulled off. They rustled the man there and then, right before my eyes. But how could they? How about the ring along with me today? What? Here it is. Jesus fucking Christ! That's Lord Voldemort's ring. That's Lord Voldemort's ring. Goodness gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen it in 10 long years. And it found inside the victim's stomach. Yes, I'm afraid so. You had said that first, Makara. Should we read something into that? Oh, well, just that, think back now. I actually witnessed the moment they ejected from the victim's body. Oh my, really? The first moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch some new samples, you see. Dr. Gory, removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? Hey? You can't hide behind the mask! However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that the crucial evidence of today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it. That's the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. Almost looks like it was claws protecting that jewel. Yoink. Let's see what we can find in this ring. Is there anything? The fat claws do a good job protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of the ring. Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give it yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow. My finger is bleeding. The claws are really sharp. Oh my, that was quite... Ah, I see it now. Ah, who made this such a dangerous ring? Couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage. Seriously. A sticky munchy bun that size would damn much better than the red bean paste in the middle. There's only one person with a bird mask, and it's a plague doctor's mask. Before they had proper gas masks, they'd put herbs in the end of the beak to help them breathe in like plague areas. That's what I needed.
victim, the way of some of the events they looked. Nope, there should. If you follow the ring, there should have been.
Objection.
The court has occurred. Everyone knows. That was a trick like, what's inside your mask? Isn't it herbs hopefully? Yeah, mine's for the weed. Don't tell anyone. The court has heard the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Merkabah? That's right. I said my testimony before. At the moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel Dr. Wilson's requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring was in fact really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, Counsel? The ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. Entirely feasible with Dr. Wilson fabricated the details about the autopsy. What are you saying? Dr. Wilson! Dr. Wilson had positioned the ring in advance after somehow stolen from Dr. Sarsobi. And produced it during the presented and found there and then the victim's stomach.
Objection.
Bleh. Suspicion at best. But the possible evidence you have that supports such rash claims. Evidence? This is evidence right here. That's the autopsy report. Explicit report, Counsel. In other words, the ring, nothing unusual noted internally. I'm sure that depends to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. Like internal injury as well. Blah, nunny. To swallow the ring of this size would require a considerable amount of effort and determination. In addition to its size, the sharp claws the big demonstrator contended with, my brother was a determined man, and no break of death even more so. I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to show that evil was but to just us. If he really swallowed the enormous ring, it could be that no traces of it passing down his throat could have been remained in terms former. Blah, no. And they have arrived at a sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts that the findings were itself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this! That's a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But, isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Makokaba? Well, if he saw the ring that size, those sharp claws with that thing, should be both see damage in the throat and the esophagus. Torn mucous membrane, to the very least. Dr. Makokaba, shut up and get me a sandwich. I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I think there are plenty of ways to explain why there's no injuries that have been seen. No, let's say this victim would have appeared to have ingested the time side evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right. This was indubitably fabricated the result of the autopsy to kill my father. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority in forensic science. Had autopsy work. There's no significant basis on which to doubt the man could exert his opinion. Pardon my interruption, Lord, but damage to mucous membrane in the throat is easily identified, even in living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated the particularly use in France. I want one. Go make him pay. I don't think so, Dr. Glory. Rest assured, your removal of evidence from the storage without permission will not go unpunished. We open up the dead to find the truth. Beg your pardon? But Mama, she chose to stitch up her corpse with all her secrets inside.
That's wrong. Dr. Gory? Looking though, she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. I'm going to smash this in a few seconds. Told you. Bleh. The ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before. About the memory I have. Of Genshin Asogi saving my life. Nani? My father? Saved your life? It was 10 years ago. On a foggy night. Somehow we put me back in jail to tell this story again. Yoshi and I were walking down some back streets at the late hour. And suddenly... Don't make a peep! You're coming with us! All of our sons are armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scabbers. The next thing I know, there was a silence all around. Gishin lay on the cobblestone street, blood seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. It was in that ring, and it was on his ring finger. On his left hand, he used to wear that ring. Ah! Are you saying... I've always believed that those thugs were after me. But now, I'm starting to question perhaps they were intended target after all. What? Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And a short interview, and the stiff evidence needed to indicate him was miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think it was those thugs that were after that night?
Objection!
You pathetic coward! You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? Bleh. What do you mean by that? Bleh. It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up. You can paint him as a mass murderer.
Objection!
You have him arrested. Kazuma. Open your eyes. Ryunosuke. You must know deep down. The truth cannot be completely scored, even with your judgment only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem flattered through the dense fog. That's why you are so insistent I should present in this trial. To see you like this. Well, this is an amusing spectacle. The grandiose expression of your face, that you have it's if you were Lady Justice herself. And you're thoroughly convinced yourself that this alleged fabrication autopsy report results, so much that you're apparently blind to the brilliant contradiction you before it. What? Although extremely hard to believe, let's imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy report. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have been disputed the findings in his... Why would Asogi not have distributed the finding in his trial? Oh, what did you do? The court's court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeke? Blah. That is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of the guilty, he merely closed his eyes and quietly accepted the judgment. Actions of a man who accepted the responsibility for his deeds and resigned for his fate. But then... Oh my, this is very strange. Mr. Stik did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... What would it surely mean there's some no fabrication evidence? Obviously a conclusion, which you should arrive at minutes ago, Mr. Asogi. The twisted loyalty concluded the judgment, hampering your ability to logical thought. Ugh. Gentle Soka silence was hearing the moment one thing. There was no fabricated evidence. During the autopsy, his final victim 10 years ago.
thought he was above board, there'd be nothing to stop Lord Stockton bringing the trial meeting.
Objection.
Thank you, Lunosuke. It wasn't for your frank words just now. The trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma? What is this latest observatory council? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole. I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that he was no fabrication evidence. There's another possible explanation. You have overlooked one possibility, that he had reason for maintaining his silence. Blur. That would let him to be convicted and sent to death? If autopsy results were invented, then there's no conceivable reason why the man would not possess it. Oh, those results were invention, alright. There's no question of that. You are forgetting. The people was connected to the autopsy had been assassinated. If I force the grievances from all my mind, I start to see a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion all these years. Me? Customer Summers created one last chance for us here, Mr. Nardo. We can only show with his reason for his father's silence with this trial. The reason why the man would have said nothing, even though he was innocent. Could have been the part of some negotiation, perhaps? Enough rhetoric. The court must show evidence. What proof you have that possibly explain Ogilvy's silence in court? Maybe his last will and testament?
Take that!
This defense wasn't. Nah, that's not it. I've discussed it before. My patience for this record is growing thin. Could have been at least accompanied a penalty with an explanation of why that's an answer was wrong. Because Mr. Summers' father knew the evidence being used to convict him was fabricated, why would he have said nothing during his trial? If it were me, I would have protested my innocence until blue in the face. So if I write about the autopsy report results, he must be very strong reason for his silence. Well then, perhaps he was saying nothing to exchange for some sort of clemency. Ah, that could be it. My lord, the defense would like to... Enough rhetoric, you must show evidence now.
Take that!
Let me think about this for a second.
Take that!
Tell me, Sherms. Sherms didn't help me. Betrayed by Sherms. Oh, because he knew he was going to get out anyway.
Take that!
True, the guns, because he knew that he was supposed to be executed, but he knew they'll conspire to get him out anyway, so he was going to be charged, but he's still going to get away. That's suggesting his silence during the trial resulted in conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape, an escape on which only the possible be sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution
falsifying the death certificate, and the jailbreak inside the coffin. Certainly an elaborate plan could have been carried out by my father alone. Blah. He must have had the help of the collaborators from the judiciary. He had a special notice from the chief warden who was working in the prison at the time. And it reads, there's indications that the jailbreak was planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there was a suggestion of the sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given assurance that he'd be broken out of prison. Yes, that's sort of kind of the argument I place. I can imagine what would keep him very quiet. It would go further than that, in fact. It would say that the elaborate jailbreak for Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. Order! Order! First provocation, another jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon a new witness to the stand. Witnesses? People can testify that the jailbreak took place 10 years ago. Ah. Governor Cabinet and the poor chief warden in the prison. I won't allow this trial to turn to a farce to summon a governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be in trouble, my lord. Yes, Sholmes had brought them into the lobby already. Father, my dear friend, it appears my little rapscale times. I must assure you, he's extremely thorough. He wired both Bioclay and the local prison earlier, asking the Governor Candid and Mr. Vigil to attend Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that. I would tell me that. Both the men, unless I'm much mistaken, are waiting just outside the courtroom this very moment. Sholmes brings everyone. Sholmes brings all the people to. Sholmes brings all the boys to the courtroom, and damn right, he's better than yours. My lord must permit the charge proceed, declared at its outset. You promised it would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Oh, he's getting really pissed. Very well. Bring them witnesses. Make no mistake. I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Right now what he wants to do is jump out that fucking window in the back and run for the fucking hills. He wants to get the fuck out of here. What? With the new witnesses, please set their names and question for the court, please. Hi! Brady Cannon, Governor of the Bailey Prison. Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell dirty little bits of... the other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I did beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at the Bailey Prison. The reason you have been summoned here today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Losh, the professor? But I thought all the form a decade ago. The conclusion was that what nice a thing to upwards that happened. The convict escaped from your prison, Governor. It's hardly to say they called nothing untoward. Ah, well! The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after the alleged execution, and he escaped prison inside his own coffin. A plan that is complexity. Could never have been carried out without the help of somebody influenced inside the prison. Governor Cadet, I don't imagine the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Asogi out of prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. All likelihood, a capital punishment. Get it! What was that, laddie? All I did was... Witness, Governor Cadet. Oh, yes, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. Statements your testimony in court cannot be understood. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. Judge, are you trying to negotiate with the witness? No, I am not. I talk like this normally. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, Thanks so much for this. Thanks so much to the sub, Killer McFly. The very first one, the very first sub. Thank you so much. But that's okay. If you threaten the witness again, you'll be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. There's no distributing the facts in the incarcerated jailbreak plot 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify to the court before now and explain exactly what took place. Very well, let the witness give this formal testimony. Tell the court what you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Brooklyn 10 years ago. Jailbreak plot. Was another Japanese fellow found guilty. Directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to Chief Warden of Vigil here and put the plan to action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi's right up till the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I didn't mean if there'd been a negotiation between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's British Empire. I directed from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying there was the jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized the plan? Why didn't I keep that? You saying you don't know? Listen, I know what West Night thing about Force's case wasn't they usually the same way. I didn't ask questions, I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I could not tell you that. I see. But if jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. Suspect, therefore, were clandestine to the dealings going on between the Asogi and the office. The jailbreak was permitted in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting the crimes he did not commit. That contour was nothing more than a speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord. I found out the witness have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Well, fuck, of course I do. Piss off. No intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all your Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel. Jailbreak plot. It was a jury the Japanese drug was found guilty of the directive came from the prosecutor's office. You say you didn't know actually issued the directive? Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was from the official. But from the prosecutor's office. That narrows down who could have injured him straight away. Blah, it wasn't me. How can I say it wasn't the original right from his office? What? No telling where it started. The fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I can't give you an identification who was behind it. You can't be serious. All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from someone of authority, I suppose. Like on the ground was DNA brother, little speculation, we just did the job done. I assigned the convicted to the chief warden of Vigil here and to put the plan into action behind the scenes. The Vigil didn't know anything about it all? That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Don't fall back and take the crap for it. Alright then, who else knew about the plan? I thought the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole thing was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But wouldn't he have required other folks who were in prison service given similar orders? So you don't know who else was involved? Aye, that's right. All I can tell you, the night actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens. Who's? Dr. Courtney Stevens? Or Dr. Sias, if you know now. Why'd I have to get caught up in such terrible business?
responsible for Stogie right up till the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
Hold it!
You know something unusual happening in the lead up to the night? Everything is unusual, exception after exception. After all, it was the professor, the man who terrorized the country as never before in his crimes. In order to hide his identity, we were forced to wear an iron mask to cover his head. Hideous treatment! The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd just taken lives of 5 country nobles. Behind the chief wardener was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I stood my own country. I believe you jumped from a window of the governor's office. The jailbreak blamed on you, didn't you? Losh, Vigil, I apologize enough. No, Governor, I don't believe you can. I won't change what has happened. And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Chen? Ha! I know I can if someone negotiates between the convict and prosecutor's office.
Hold it!
But you already acknowledged the orders came from the prosecutor's office arranged man's escape. There must be some sort of negotiation. That's the only explanation. Alright, well, that may be. I don't know anything about it. Witness has no place in telling you they don't know for sure. Again, that's much I do. Then besides, you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. And you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you from guilt here. Man was killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. He was found complicit in murder, Governor. So what that's to be, is it? Even the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. What I do is carry out my orders by Her Majesty the Great Britain Empire. If you carry out your plan in its entirety, I did everything I could at the time. Is that, as you know, Geisha Sugi was shot dead at Low Gate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, is that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do what, get into the jock off the jail, nothing more. I can't tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Excuse me.
Hello, what do we got here? Mr. Vigil, something wrong? Wow, oh yes sir, what can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? Or just something to a Berkeley conviction? What Governor Cannon said just said seemed to upset you. Did it bring you something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've been completely blotted out the memories of the time of my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine the shooting of Mr. Stogie simply was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make a man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak only to kill the man in the end. What treachery of the worst kind, but the point is, if the intentions are always to betray him... Yeah, there's no lawyer band, there's no boy lawyer band in this costume. What would you need except centuries for an escape? Ah! Yes, it's quite true. Blah. Whoever negotiated with Ogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain. Or would have been far simpler just to let him be executed in prison as decided by his sentence. All that happened in the vast chamber of secrets was Harry Potter and fighting a snake. Wait, that's the wrong chamber of secrets. It's a barricade behind the prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there's some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak, Asogi on top of the boy at the top, it doesn't really quite add up, does it? Governor Candid, I must insist that you explain these doubts you have. By means of your formal testimony. Gats! Alright, go on then. Oh, he's not happy. We will get this goddamn judge convicted by the end of this goddamn court race. The Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with.
Objection!
Confessing on oath to murder he didn't commit on a verbal assertion of being broken out of prison. Yoshizuki was taking incorrect risk of gamble. Very true. There's nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing behind the closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means Misogi must have had a trump card. Something that guarantees he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Heavens! The fellow couldn't possibly have anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. Asogi Papers. The name given to the last will and testament of Genton Asogi. Oh. It turns out Mr. Asogi was hiding in his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Wonder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, didn't ya, you wee rat? Did I tell you not to say anything, keep it a secret? You can't touch me now. Grah! When Mr. Vigil caught sight of what through the bars in the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with him to put him with the wardener. Alright then, we're both on the papers. The lost will and testament. This will be the only weapon I have left now. A weapon? After the conviction had been killed, following the elaborate presence of the jailbreak, the document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, oh yes. While the prisoner wanted to search through the belongings in the cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, exhaustive search was made document, which become known as Asogi Papers. Governor Candid. I believe you ordered the prisons after find at all costs, didn't you? Be right to saying that you knew what the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make the great waves come out. Gee, what in blazes are you blathering about? The will was found, right, Pepper? The fella's cell. I assume it would be. How can that be? Where was it in his cell? We searched that place from top and bottom. He keeps slapping his hands and hurting them. Where did they pop a jobber? Peeling away, little galoot. You can't criticize me now. I'll show you that for. You're not a lawyer. Yes, you did. You have the document here. Written in Japanese, it reads, "My last will and testament of Genshin Asogi." Which means everything as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Sudi discarded the document the only weapon Ibn had left, and yet his will contains nothing of the significance at all. Nothing that would have given a convict any leverage. It's suggesting that my little friend, Blair, that the last will and testament thought back to prison all these years. Actually, a fake. As clearly as demonstrated already, what went on in Barclay prison was far from above board. Lost verification of the funds. The lost verification of the funds cannot afford to be the entire British legal system. Observed no notion of a weapon. There's something which have only informed Chief what his words. The man could quite easily be lying, or very least, sorely mistaken. What? No. I definitely heard him say that. I swear. Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Adogi papers. Waste of time. If the will is fake, there's no... Where's the real document? This individual was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, even nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to braid him a lie and to turn his back on him without even letting him defend himself. He's clearly Berkeley prison holding something. Clearly the jailbreak was the mastermind behind the prosecutors. Mommy, how do we get out of here? We're not supposed to be here. Lordship, look on over the... What did you say? We hear more from the Chief Wardener. Have him testify. Trial must go on. It's in the focal view. The focal view here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw the convict's last will and testament. Ah, yes, sir. Sergi papers. While responsible for condemned convict, I attended Sergi to keep watch over his cell. Right after I found him guilty in court, he was doing something in his will in the cell. Turned that cell inside out looking for art execution. But to no avail. When I found the papers of Sergi's when the director came to tell me to impound them. The document was a fold of fella's robes that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called. In his kimono? That's a lie! We searched every inch of that man's cell. We looked through his clothes. It can't be true. You know, certified and call me a liar once with your weak finger? There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold of me. You don't have any hold of me anymore. Other than the hold, like take back a convent. Of course you're doing like that. He's pretty like the guy shaking him. You know he's not shaking him. You give me a new shake again, huh? Were you too scared? Apparently not. A little unlies. What a double act. We'll complete the doggy's will as far as possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family in Japan. As currency of Homeland, most notorious killer the country has ever seen. And we are much obliged. I confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely. Alright, came down writing down what the old man, huh? Yes, there's no mistaking, this is my father's brushwork. Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? You think we can safely assume the convict merely pattering known nay. Bah, I butchered that. So, counsel for the defense. Your cross-examination, please. Ow! I just put my gloves. Goes my hands glove down for that. Yes, my lord. As the warden was convicted, I intended Mr. Sergi keep watch over his cell. No doubt he was found guilty in court. He was doing something with his will and last will in his cell. He pleaded with him not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right. Like the bamboo that did I tell him? The blatant breach of trust, it was. I could see that the man was a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the inventor is strictly forbidden from having any written materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. Ah, when exactly was the will penned? Before the man was remanded at Barclay, obviously. Yes, prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Ostogi to make a will for the benefit of his family and homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned in prosecutor's office, wouldn't you have expected it to remain there for safekeeping? Surely. Ah! I'm curious.
There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why the substance found in the convict cell. Well, the feds makes a 2 point. Well, Governor. Prisoner, Governor. Kind of expect to keen in on working at the prosecutor's office. In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter. No, I'm unable to offer any explanation here and now. I will consult with the note responsible for what last time. Cowards! The fact remains, my father was still discovered in his cell with inconsistency that would be unexpected. I want to know why. Another imposing mystery then. Well, there's one thing about that will. I tried out the cell inside out looking for after the institution, to no avail. Was the governor being ordered to search the will as I understand it? Is that right? Yes. And when I reported back that they couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, I got rather disappointed completely in my face. Aye, well, don't the governor keep everybody working hard as they should? I think the governor needs a wee take for his own medicine, Mr. Nodo. The point is, it could be considered a very important document, wasn't it? But the proof impossible to find. That's right. Then before I knew it, I was in the morning paper, the blood-killing article. The execution mass murderer who had risen from the dead. Oh, you mean... The article based on the deputy's experience at the Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, that's it. The day after I read the news, I was summoned to the governor's office, and that's when the awful accusation was made. So you aided Jensen Asoki's escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that. As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else. I found the papers when the directive came down. And that directive came from some source instructing you to get the jailbreak? Alright, the top levels of the prosecutor's office. What name was on it? I didn't know. All I can tell you is that the many orders were everything in my power to find the document. The directive said it's somewhere inside that fella's cell. Document. Was that your wording? Document, not will? Aye. That's what they said. Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if that was really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament that the sender was the directive after all. Can you tell me if the testimony then, witness? The document was on the floor, was in the folds of the robe that was in his cell, a kimono I think it's called. I don't think I have a picture of Asogi. I don't think I have a picture of Asogi anywhere. This might be the bunny picture. I might have to get to the end and get like, okay, Mr. Asogi's kimono. Alright, the one he brought with him, he locked him up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects. I understand. That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed. He had none of his own personal possessions, I remember. It was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, a kimono, his sword. His sword? Kuruma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of many of my family. I don't doubt it was really getting to that. But forgetting the soul of the clan couldn't have been a more obvious weapon. Have more respect, Nosuke. Respectful silence. Water carried fire on time. The inmates have shackles around their ankles. You could nearly have hurt anyone with that thing. Still, there was a letter sword but no writing material. Alright. He wrote the will before it came to Stan Foster Barkley, you see? Dr. Makotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
I've already checked the sword. Because you can open the sword. You got the broken tip. There's no other hidden things on the sword. I tried looking in this thing. But you can't. Turned out I was present when he wrote it. What to say? The letters just look like screaming little mech.
Excuse me.
Hello, what we got here again? Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? The memories are coming flooding back again. I was in a toilet going round and around. Sir, it was Scarlet, sir. Did he write it using his own blood? What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt out like that. It's like less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Use a pen, Sideshow Bob. Something about the testimony just heard for importance. Something of importance? Possibly, or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asks Mr. Vigil permitted to supplement the testimony with this possible or not possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember, the document was written in scarlet ink. Perhaps I'm not mistaken.
Hold it!
It's written in blood. Scarlet, you say? Well, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But everything dim light in the cell, I remember thinking it was an unusual colour. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black. Witness, is that really what you saw? Ah, well, sir. Did something wrong, Mr. Lord, his long strong heart? Oh, he's not very happy. Alright, I apologize. Continue. What do you make of that, Mr. Nardo? Lord Strongheart's visibly shaken with away. Oh, I gotta have a Hannah. Your pilot is like raining in here. It's black as oil the waistcoat. Well, yes, you're right. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. You actually see the contents of the document Asogi was holding in that night. Oh, well, no. I mean, there's no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid behind his back. It's definitely Will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asogi told me. Courtney, don't waste no further time in this matter. We have the written rule in possession, there's nothing more to add. All written in scarlet ink? What did Mr. Vigil really see because my father holding? I wonder. You have an inkling, Mr. Nardo? You must present to the court at once. That testimony doesn't give much away. Was it cruel for Pen to become his father? What could possibly have meant when he described the weapon? Sounds very much like Mr. Asogi actually had nothing. But the plans to break out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. Trying something, its only explanation that makes sense. I feel something said something. Which isn't it, Mr. Nardo? I'm not sure, but I feel though I'm on the brink of understanding all of this. Let's listen to them form one more time, see what we can learn. We kind of look in the smallest detail. Absolutely. I didn't press the first two. I'll press these two guys to get anything else from it. So what do you mean you covered Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly. Although precious little time before execution was due. It was remarkably calm, considering these days were very much numbered. All the honesty, you really didn't strike me as a man who was capable of mass murder. Bleh. I think I'm first and fourth of the crimes. I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. Can you still recall his reply? I'm guilty of unforgivable crime of ending another man's life, yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent. It put me in my mind of Eastern Holy Man. What about what you say when you saw him? Can you tell us anything about that? It was the beginning of a new drama. Oh, the drama. I remember it very well. Yes. Ah. The night after they found guilty in court, he was doing something in his cell. I've already done this one. I can skip this one because I've already done it. Which I'm not going to give you any new information. Faster! Faster game! Faster! I could run a 30-second ad during this recap. So I'm looking to send something here.
Objection!
Not the sword. It's gonna be the bloody will. Because the will's not in red.
Objection!
Not the will.
Objection!
Bunny is no help to me. No. Now that we've told the testimony, I'm going to push off the end, see if something changes. Okay, so it's I don't push off the edge. So I want to look for is in here somewhere.
Objection!
Nope. I think maybe use his ring to cut himself and write the letter. I don't think there's anything else on the ring. Hello?
Objection!
Scarlet King was visible on his ring finger. Scarlet code writing. You said throughout the store, Mr. Vigil. I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? Heavens again. There's no evidence to say that.
Have a look at this report.
Blah, that's my brother's autopsy report.
Yes, there's something here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that the scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the finger of the victim's right hand.
Yes, it does.
Scarlet ink! Now that I'm not familiar with the late habits of the British aristocracy, but I really but you hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they?
Blah. Your what is not appreciated. My brother is a well-bred fashionist man.
Should ink have specialty his fingertips, he would have cleaned them up immediately.
What is your point, Consul?
Point is this: whatever Lord Clint Van Zeke was writing is unusually coloured ink. Must have been directly before his death. Before he died, he had the opportunity to clean his hands.
Blah. What?
I remember someone tabulating me at that time. That the sin led my brother's ink well was open. But Clint was punctuous about those things. It seemed unusual. Had no documents penned in the colour ink that was inked ever found.
So the documents had disappeared.
Are you suggesting the document my father had in his hand that was the same document Lord Clint Van Zeke was writing the moment before his death?
Blah.
Then it was.
Blah.
Then it was. If Mr. Vigil's testimony is believed, he can only mean that, yes. Mr. Vigil, sir! When you spotted Soki with the documents in his cell, his last words were as follows, were they not? Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is my only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament. Ah! Confidentially, what the God's will says. What we know now is completely changes the meaning of what Soki said. Blur. I will really think. Mr. Vigil did indeed see the conviction with the will, but it wasn't the will of Jensen Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeke's.
No.
Wait, was Lord Clint Van Zeke's the murderer?
Objection!
Blur. This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. What would mean? They had chosen to die. That would mean yes. Blur. No. Impossible. What utterly out of the question. What Van Zeke's? Clint was pure so in the professor. Where's a photo of them all? Is there anything that I'm missing on this body on him? Clint was pursuing the professor. He could come to the night. Whatever happened, would have never abandoned the investigation before conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would be willing to accept his own death is obscene.
Objection!
I think he was the best kind of murderer. And yet, you can be sure that he was writing his last moment before his death. And that Genton inspector came into possession of that power document. So we could believe that possibly what it contained. Clearly something that could not be made of public under any consideration whatsoever. Because then, armed with the document, my father was able to negotiate a judiciary for his life. And it was something so damning that it prompted the powers to enact a daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question the will contained information of utmost secrecy. Information of utmost secrecy. Ah! No, it couldn't be. I think he's realised what I realised. I've heard enough of them more than enough. Destroying the notion of... Unless... Lord Strongheart was the Belka murder and the guy had found out. Destroying the notion of Phantom is... Will nobody get arrested? I said... Having put on purpose. No, my lord. It's unacceptable. What did you say, Consul? The last one statement of Justin Asogi in this position was Lord Kantik's. All the testimony and the evidence presented to this court logically led to that possibility. We have the duty
To pursue the line of reasoning conclusion. Without puzzle means knowing the contents of the documents, there's no line of reasoning can be pursued. Blah. You gotta think. The reason why Lord Clinton Zeke, the man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in Jersey would have been willing to negotiate a jailbreak with the condemned killer. The only explanation is that fits the facts. It's an unthinkable truth that it turns out everything on its head. But is it just too hideous? Mr. Nardo, however difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in the pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. My client's already been found guilty. This is all like pure conjecture for stuff that happened like 10 years ago. Is that so? So hold your head high and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zeke left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi would be able to use as a weapon to negotiate escape from prison. All probability, the details of the will were never related to Professor's case. Defense assessment is mere conjecture. Blah, what are you getting at, man? Minosuke! As soon as the words came out of my mouth, there was no going back. I believe the last one assessment, Lord Zeke, was in fact is an accusation or a You can do it, Mr. Naruto. I believe that Lord Van Zeke's actual pen that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murders known by the Professor. His true identity.
Objection!
Enough. Cancel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean Lord Van Zeke's. I appreciate this must be hard to take in, but the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London decades ago and became known as the Professor. Men believe that murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Jensen Shogi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clement Van Zeke himself. Blah! It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. It's been years. Lord Clint Van Zeke, the paragon of justice in the capital. You're actually a mass murderer? A perpetrator of a considerably vast nature? The general public never found out. The law order country wouldn't be found. My brother. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zeke. I wonder though, did he never suspect? It's Nardo. Lord Van Zeke was a brilliant prosecutor. It's conceivable that he didn't realize that his older brother was... Order on the court! Lord Van Zeke. Professor made use of enormous hound as murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, blah, he did. A bloodwad. He was known for hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this! When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took bull milk. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if they were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jeweled studded collar around his neck. Jewel studded collar? That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. My jewels are stolen by the thief. I know that collar. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across the collar during our time in London. Blah. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. Top of the small crown, before ordinary capital letters B. What? Emblem bearing the potential B? Oh my! You know it. Blah. That's the insignia of the Baskerville family. Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Blah. Baskerville? The family name of my late brother's widow. The pure gold emblem is an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can only be no doubt then. The collar you have just described was Bill Moggs. The family is near Lord Kenzeke, Van Zeke's widow. There's a considerable amount of blood on the collar as well when we saw it. Since we knew the dog wasn't used for hunting, it could have been from a quarry, of course. But it could have been from a human prey. So it's true then. Clint Van Zeke really was the professor. Impossible! These Japanese making all this going unknown. So in fact, the person responsible for the murders of the nobles and royals was Noble himself. There's certain to be enormous scandal the world inconveniently described as the base. My father knew that, and was using a negotiate way out of unjust charges brought against him. But the very last hour, he is branded with betrayed him and slayed domestically on the foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years have passed, and still now, 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believe that justice is done. I thought though anonymity remains the diabolical murder court in existence. Very well then, you may have the truth. It was a Shogi! I find him guilty! And then runs away. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zeke was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor, he went in pursuit of black-rooted crime and drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish as oneself. Clint. That's a century. A 2 million murder took 15 years of Britain, indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, with it birth of new metropolitan police service, new law and order. But dazzling new developments meant an even deeper shadows cast upon society. There were sullied by factories, thick air noxious fumes, and crime growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zeke made it his mission to combat the darkness, and as the time went on, it slowly ate his soul, until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really. Somewhat surprising, but the truth has once again been unearthed. By a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor. Yes, beyond further doubt. I assume the warrant searched him at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes to come to the most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice in the capital. Yes, and that's the point. That's why everyone in British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps on an enormous savage hound on the state. We need a full support of the judiciary for this. Once we're up against a number of aristocracy. So a large family state, a fierce guard dog should know a commonplace in Breton. And Sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard into this base as tenacious accusations from a visiting Sherlock. So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took upon himself to visit Van Zeek's mansion on his own. I can only imagine what happened between the two men. Although we know that come of course. Lord Clint Van Zeek perished. Blah, I don't believe this. So, in actual fact, Cosmo Summer's father did. He married the last Lord Van Zeek, Blade Van Zeek, met the same fate. He put the permanent end to the professor's killings by taking the drastic measures for ending the prosecution's predecessor's life. As soon as I heard the match on. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of nature was found at the scene. I had no idea existence of such a document at the time. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor, so I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret of the bitter end. So you're admitting to it, that you were behind it all. It was you then, who pinned the crimes on my father! I did what is needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing unforgivable ruse. It was then you who arranged the fabricated evidence, in order for the detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Blah, Gregson. Obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you getting off your rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question. It was Asogi who murdered the Lord Van Zeek. The House of Staff had made statements, and they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I've no doubt it was a Japanese fella. We haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse that, he doesn't keep a dog. We're short murder weapon tribute. We are shot on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage, for good of the country. So we use whatever means necessary to make ourselves clear. Detective. Blimey. Blah. So that night, 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Ginsing's ring was taken. That was him. It wasn't it, was it? It was Gregson and the man and hired help. Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who found the discovery from the victim's stomach during their autopsy. And in light of the decisive evidence, Misogi was found guilty and charged and brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actual roadies struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept his charges. But I don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised much unhandled dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one other crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Shogi. Me! Perhaps you desire to not return to your homeland, Asogi. Nani? Although I hear you're a 14-year-old son. I agree to cooperate and will accept your guilty without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a close trial, by order of Her Majesty. What brass claims you might take in court will have no trouble stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows. Don't forget, I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that you know is desperate to keep hidden. Yes, I hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason you're willing to bargain with you. I want you to protect this country, law and order, you must understand. So, what ought to be, Asogi? Kazuma. He did it for me. And I told him at the time my motives were simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect his country's law and order. At any cost. Things are going up shit creek. Blah. I've never dared to let myself even consider the possibility till now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it your Lord Mel Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say? Lord Bontonique? That spirit of yours, late brother, the paragon of justice, should return to reap justice on these siblings. Could it be a more patronising tale for London masses, I ask you? What? What brazen? Brazen. I knew we'd play the part of perfection. But your role really wasn't that involvement in the death. No, you were London's guardian angel. Blur. An angel with bloody hands. I think not. Those were incorporated by very own too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure the finger of guilty could never come to rest on you. That's all thanks to them who exiled the demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 2 years ago, when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. I had to employ the services of a young prodigy after all. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe. With their execution and the subcritic reign of Reaper Rayleigh, I successfully safeguarded the law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords and ladies, gentlemen, I hereby confess. It was I who started the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, I am T-posing with justice over you. You must accept my documents and let me go free. All for preservation of law and order across the Empire. I haven't done anything with the bunny yet, but Chunkheart did it. Unthinkable collection of crimes, but still. Those who died at the Reaper's hands were rotten to the core anyways. But all the keep of London safe. There's no more left to reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this child can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat you all to my presence. From these four walls, nobody needs to know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you will appreciate the importance of my request. Is that, of course, the good of the country. Can you do this? Can I try Rebellion now? What's left to do? I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zieks. What? Of course, I know that you're highly accomplished prosecutor. So my mind had hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected that your older brother. The same thought occurred to me. Blur. Blur. I was only once, but yes, I could say that I never had any doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong. I observed that at that time, there's members of aristocracy who were bleeding in the country die for their own gain. And since there was no nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, there was a source of great turmoil. And consistently, at the same time, first began to terrifying reign. During the time of Professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. Then that would make you suspect. Yes. But I was only once, not more. Only once? Really? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. I still believe that even now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. He It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him to be a prosecutor. No matter what circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother would have killed the man he's my mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Von Zeke nor Gerson Sagi still walks the earth. However much we debate, no matter how much we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But these are the true extended pieces of evidence from the time. The Webbegon ring that detected the incriminating evidence from then Sogi, and the three pages last will and testament pinned in black ink left behind by the man. The rest of the truth of what happened, exactly as I have explained it. Later today, I'll present myself to the Ministry of Justice, whatever sections they deem appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
It doesn't work like that. He's hammered, it says adjourned. Thank you, Kazuma. Me! If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist on trial continues. I beg your pardon. The court has been reminded today already. We must stop at nothing to cover the... Oh, God. Am I not going to be able to finish the game tonight? The end of this particular statement made me somebody courtroom moments ago. You have a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But, the cure is a simple question. Well, it begins with Lord Van Zeke's recollection of his brother. Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defense to speak at length. I merely pointed out we can draw no further conclusions here. So what on earth do you condition? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. Time to identify who. Lord Strongheart. The case will never end. This is the Phoenix Wright game's final case. It just keeps going and going and going. The kid of an organization of Tokyo still walks this earth. However much debate, no matter how, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only two extensive pieces of evidence from the time. The well-begun ring that acted as incriminating evidence to condemn Sugi, and the 3 pages that were last attempted pinned like ink by the man. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, Counsel? I'm on the same as you made just a few moments ago. Something you said was inconsistent with the true piece of evidence here. Inconsistent? Well, the inconsistency remains. The defense has the right to propose an explanation. Rinosuke, what? Tell me what you're making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contained a contradiction, which presumes you.
Take that!
This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The two-paged will. What? You mentioned ago, the passwords were the 3 pages, last will and testament. Ah! Could there be the originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile, but a mere trifle. See, a trifle. Governor Candid. Eh? What can I do for you, sir? You're present and the Japanese man pinned the last word and segment. Aye, that was there for sure. I can remember it in black, when black scroll all day. And, quite certain, my lord, there was a 3rd page at the time. What? What? Only the first 2 pages were actual will, though. If I correctly, the 3rd was a message he laid that to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we work hard to honor his will. They wouldn't have been wanted anyway. Uncomfortable words to bring back Japan now. So it was decided that the 3rd page ought to now be signed.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I had the right to know what he said, to hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimental counsel. As it happens, I have the third page writing documents right me now. But my father's message will be given to you at the end of the proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial is over. You know what it says now. My lord, the defense calls for Gichin Asogi's last words to be son be read out loud for the court now. Your request is denied. Individual modern words cannot convent that now. The prosecution agrees. The court should know acknowledge the content of the message. Very possible that the piece of evidence must slowly be examined. Very well then, Governor Candid. You will read the pages. You can't read it. You can't read Japanese. Only I should point out, my lord, that I cannot read with language. This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. Oh, Barry. I'll be an assistant here. I'll be happy to translate the words in English for the court. Father! You're still here, are you, Miss Dr. Merkaba? Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary. I bet a lonely one. Perhaps I could quite withdraw what I've simply granted a message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma, the truth shared in the darkness. Darkness is only clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Kuruma, twist thy head, watch thy fall, the mortal foes. Oh, it's hidden in the sword. That's the end of the message, it would seem. Haiku poem, twist thy head. Father. What? Kuruma? Is this Kuruma? The name of the Sogi clan's famous sword. Razor sharp, known to all. That's down to the generation. You can't do it until you actually have to tell this. Blah, it's not known to me. The katana sword is submitted to evidence earlier in these proceedings. One worn by prosecutor counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. All presidents have been beginning to try my patience. A German court is long overdue. Depending the judge, I have been a combination of the possible will of the courtroom. I can't skip it. Mighty Kuruma, twist thy head and watch them fall, thy mortal foes. The proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, but the trouble. Tsunodo? If I might ask this suggestion, I think perhaps it does mean your head. Oh, I once studied the history of development of the katana some time ago. I'm sure you're probably aware the sword's head is a part of the very end of the hilt. Buddha's head in Japan, pronounced as Kishira, I believe. Kishira. So Mr. Sogi's words meant twist the butt of the hilt. So you don't think. Ah! What's inside? Is that Tally one parchment? Scarlet ink, written in scarlet ink. I pen this, my last will and testament, the final movement before my inevitable wailing death. This is it. This is it. Tsunodo, look at the signature at the end. Clint Van Zeek. The date, 10 years ago. The frightful night. So for 10 years, this has been silently concealed inside Kramer's blade and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Van Zeek. Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. I wish I could, but it wouldn't. You make me expect another good piece of evidence. I can't examine it. Won't let me read it. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. I pursued justice. Lord Van Zeek tragically lost all sense of morality. With the murder of the former mentor, I want to read the letter.
Objection!
Blah, how dare you? I refuse to believe that my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot have hoped to know the truth more than you now. Yeah. Good luck, Linkley. Hope you have a good day. Ugh. What's wrong, Heart? You appear to have something of a hurried wrap things up. I wonder why. You've heard your statement take time again during these proceedings. That everything you did was in the interest of the country and the Britain's law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, no could have achieved the reduction of crime and capitalism. What about Inspector Gregson then? And Dr. Wilson? They were not criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then let them be killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair about that. What's wrong, Heart? What exactly is your hiding? Dr. McCover. We are not quietly withdrawn after the translation of the former existence will. In this courtroom, no argument carries weight less than supported by evidence. And now we've seen that, the defense has no more evidence to present. Which is the case. I now T-Pros over you and end this trial. If I order all disclosure of proceedings, be struck from the record. This is my last chance. No. I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I? Yes! Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. What? Don't be absurd! There's nothing of relevance remaining at the time. Blah. It's high time you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that hadn't escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense! Blah. I mean, that's right. What is it, Nurse? What do you have? The final, decisive piece of evidence will reveal the whole truth of this rotten tale. How can you? Decisive? Well, it would appear that the not escaping it now, my lord. Let's be it so then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you are capable. What exactly is this evidence that defense claims to be so decisive?
Take that!
There's still his evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeke. Ha! Wonderful observation, I'm sure. But in case you've escaped or noticed, the document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only... I have it right here. Just discovered it just a moment ago. The fuck? Impossible! That can't be! Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Can I look at it yet? Blah. My brother's last will and testament. Where'd you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Kuruma. The auto weapon edition is to be laid undisturbed in the hilt of the sword for all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge, to reveal the truth. Signature on the seal. It certainly looks official. My god, it's true. My brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. I forbid the content of the document being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it. Well, fuck you. I'm gonna read it right now in front of everyone. Screw you. What are you gonna do? Arrest me? You can't do that, my lord. The document explained everything. A document is clearly, it could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once. Why? What are you trying to hide? What? Could it be you already know what's written on this page? God, what are you implying? Court is adjourned immediately in effect. Clear the courtroom. Get the fuck out. Go. Everyone out. Out. Blah. Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow to the Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon. Forcibly ending a trial without good reason. That's not a trial. It's a closed trial ordered by Her Majesty of the Queen. Defy the monarch's will is a treason. Gah! Welcome, J. What can I take really to open pen that day? Exactly, young Japanese man said. Read it out now, honey. Be quiet. We're supposed to be here. You're right here at the front wheel. No, it's a duty. Well, Lord, my lord. It rather appear that the proceedings aren't going quite as you hoped. You fools! Go ahead, Renasuke. Read it. You're here to see the very climactic end. Give a full support. Very well then. No! For the God's sakes! No! It reads, this is the story all about how Lord Strongheart turned this country upside down. I pen this. My last... Wait, he's also a vampire. Blah. I pen this. My last will and testament. The final moment before the inevitable willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. I sit in the waiting desk of my office. My good friend Asogi stands by my shoulder. He has expressed his intention to invoke the denying ritual of the door, that I may depart this world with honor. An honor in which I actually am undeserving. The Japanese are truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zeek, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zeek Estate, hereby confess the following. I am the killer, comes to known as society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not hereby disclose the corruption rife among the atrocity, which one to me is sent to be apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the High House of Lords, the heart of the depravity, a demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is imposed against such vile atrocities, only to have followed a demon to rid the society of menace. That demon was Makware, of whom I willingly set upon the great hound. You missed the guy who was smashing the desk and hurting his hands every time he did it. Wait, right now we're trying to figure out who the Reaper was, and it's like the Reaper was like, so Gregson was killed by. I don't want to spoil it. People over now. I'm not going to spoil it. You want to watch it? I don't want to spoil anything, so if you want to, you can watch the VOD afterwards. But through the hunt of the same experience, the poor felon it seems. My guilty was at once registered by another, and I become the subject to his extortion. You ever heard the threat of exposing my wicked crimes and beloved wife to my brother? Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those who demon that I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes with the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me. I sunk to the level of wild beast. There is no path back to the light, being it I, nor my friend Asogi who dies this night. I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, Mel Armstrongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast in your throat every time you swallow. He's gonna go fucking nuts, isn't he? So now we know, because Klivazik was a murderer, that somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Mel Strongheart, is you! Lord Strongheart. Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that you want the court to had just heard could destroy the justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect the justice of all. You were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed up until now. Blah. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and the man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? You eliminated the man who stood between you and the office you set sights on. You used your own hunting dog to kill Lord Van Dijk and take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows were deep, and the armed lord failed to reach their depths. Crime is just cut off the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see what he had done. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say, tantamount to cowardice if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight crime in a land that spread like wildfire. By murdering the man, the Reaper, the Professor, the name masks no difference. I've explained the countless times already. It was all done for further law and order.
Objection!
You're going to legitimize the murder of my father now too. Ha! Get to the Sogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I'd fully intended to send him back to Japan. We'd all agreed. I don't believe you! It was you, wasn't it? You killed him! No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night of the following the mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Joki. Just Joki? There'd been a collaboration with the Japanese side to manage the Sogi treatment station. Joki was fierce ambition and made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the Winter Sand, I had a word with him. I told him the position of Foreign Minister of Affairs could be his if he couldn't agree fast enough. Sure, you fool. You know, Sogi escaped prison in a closed casket subject intended. I intended to dig him up in the grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, I did not go to plan. Rah! Ah! Those actors visited the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up the grave. The man witnessed nobody was supposed to see. It crouched Demeter. Of course, I know the grave was fake in the London's committees, but that grave on that particular night, blast! People find out the commission wasn't real, was instituted. The scandal would rock the very foundation of the empire. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Joki. Shoot Asoki at once. He can't live now. It has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? We had an agreement. He promised me he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. The truth got out because of this. Both of us will be finished. Forever. Come on, Joki. Do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot! Do what you say. Doesn't mean anything. Yosei shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave was so close. The blood sprayed over his coat. He fled fast with his leg to carry him. Then Joki and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork model of Princess at the scene of the as well, I made her swear to 2 things. Never to remove the Professor's mask, and never speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened to the Lower Gate Cemetery that night. Well, it was Joki, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi at the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but he pushed the camshaft, he pulled the trigger. Just when Joki left the courtroom earlier, he said that his assassin exchange proposal was a damned from the British counterpart not requested. So he could hurt him too, using what happened in that graveyard. By the time that Joki and Foreign Minister of Affairs and negotiated treaties with Britain, you can imagine what would have happened if it came to light the murder of the counterpart 10 years earlier. He would have to lost everything. Merely remained him to remind him of that. How do you sleep at night? On a bed of comfy pillows. The past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and the law and order reign supreme. That can be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you! I saved Clint Van Zeke from a dishonorable death. But behind the scenes, you symmetrically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made your father. You made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way we could protect our justice system from public order. Let's not forget the other who were killed as well. Setting the fence up against Reaper, come up. Truth behind the murders accounts as more. This is enough! You have any idea? Convening led to the acquittal of the wretched criminals. The fight the fire with fire, a court can't function without the Reaper. You can't see what I've done for this country. You see all my struggle? You've done nothing. Lord Van Zeke was here, worked tirelessly to justify the court, whilst enjoying the grace of being the Reaper's name. Great Inspector Gregson fought with anguish, having to study these hands the desire to the right thing. Not to mention Grayson Asoki, who risked his life going to pursue the truth and tell the hide. No, the dark races of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little! When I get over through your thick skulls! Looks like his veins about to explode out of his face. That, with all the Queen's country, you're tiring excuses. Your country twisted the truth to gain the power and made others do your bidding. No more. People willing to twist the truth to curse others as not to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Objection, it's not over yet. God damn it. Fuck off. Here comes the freak out. Well. Dear me, my good fellows, my dear me. Well deserved round of applause, I think. Quite fair, marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Still like with grave expansions, beautiful pronounced in Queen's English. Really, a friend of the Far East with quite a picture of justice. You fraud! You keep on mockery. Please, don't misunderstand. I really exactly what you both said. Blur. What are you trying to say? I have been occupied with darker reaches of London's underworld. How do you put it? Done nothing. I confess it's a little embarrassing to point it out, quite darkly, but yes, I really have done nothing. Which means I can't be indicted for nothing. No. What? Blah. It's true, personally. I committed no crimes. I've merely been surrounded by fools who have acted rashly indeed. You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? As you saw, it wasn't just bargaining. I would like to address all the good lords and ladies around the gentlemen of the Justice prison. You know all the darker reaches of the great capital. Deep down, I believe they also know that fight to those dwell requires at least some of the occupants us to occupy the dark ourselves. Let's appeal to a good sense now. Consider the situation within me. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 billion inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn the infamous murder of the Wales nobles, respected member of the custody himself. The evidence fabricated, the scapegoat to trial, meant secret negotiations with the prosecuted effective jailbreak. The Reaper of the Bailies was an organised group of professionals managed by Scotland Yard Inspector. And finally, that all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. The general public of Britain knew the truth. All faith in the police and prosecutor's office would become completely lost. Without a doubt, public order in the capital would completely break down and cast back to lawless days of the last century. Precisely! It's 100 years ago, on which 10 of the population were criminals. I think accomplished since then, a public police force, comprehensive set of laws. We want to continue to protect the new era of law and order. I say again, we must at all times occupy the darkness ourselves. I've successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking the great son's life. It's all expected of this trial. The great matters have been discussed. We'll eliminate from the minutes of these proceedings interest in preserving law and order. Protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, lord and ladies and gentlemen, what say you? Quickly, bring out the bunny. That's a point. These little Shanghai has said done quite unforgivable. Mummy, we should throw in the fire! But on the other hand, it isn't our duty to retain the law and order capital. We can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. And by far means of foul, it's all thanks to Lord Strong. Oh, fuck hell. God damn it! See you later, Edno. Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary. Feel a resonating response, my friends. Think of a resonating response. I expect it's a heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn the situation in his favour. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. You've completely proven his guilt. Still, the man is a evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Renosuke! Looks like the trial is really going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options. I think there's really only one path left open to me. It's not gonna go too well. The only thing that carries any weight in this court, evidence. But, Sonato, what evidence is there to use against Sage in the trial? I have an idea. I don't know what will come of it, but if there was ever time for using this particular item amongst the evidence, now's the time. Go bunny power!
Take that!
Oh my, yes, Mr. Sheriff asked if he had with you earlier. If we expose all Lord Strongheart's wrongdoings now, no doubt, Mr. Sholmes has already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. I think time for the great detective to take the center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. Let's take it to our ears, then let's heave. Alright, here goes. Heave! Ow, 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 ow! My dear fellows, I must remind you every time, gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes, we're looking quite wrong direction, Mr. Nodo. Because I'm over here! Ah! Mr. Nodo, he's... It's Mr. Sholmes. Wait. Is that a fucking hologram projection? What's bringing you back, Mr. Sholmes? Delightful to be here again. Lord Strongheart. What? What's the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him. Put the man in irons. This is a closed court. You've been warned, Bailiff man. What the? You can't get a hold of him, Lord. We just go right through, I'm afraid our efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadows. And that means usual. He's fucking dancing like an asshole. Listen, Ido, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is this? Are you familiar with, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yes. I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice converted to literal signals and transmitted into another place. Why? Sounds such admitted. Shows to imagine a company I must use. I reckon I had modest experiments developed such a device perfectly 3D. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes. What's the description? And somewhat incidentally, I thought it might just be a failed transmitted the entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes, you're being immodest. You mean to say you're not actually here, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, I knew the trusty partner would be no trouble with grasping the concept. Except for the great gasping standing herself, Mr. Sherlock's arrival. Poor father, I would have hoped he might have forewarned being great detective partner. Leave my courtroom at once, get out, or I swear to you! Wait at me! On the other hand, don't look Strongheart. I appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate. I'm not here, which would mean I hope leads to natural to one asking. Where exactly are you? Every question is awaiting. I am present, enjoying the air of a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand? A garden of Buckingham Palace. What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace. Wait, Buckingham Palace, Mr. Sato? I've never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Nando? Mr. Sholmes, is Iris with you there? Ah, well now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty? I'm not just telling you, Matthew, instead. Her Majesty, the Queen of British Empire. What? What? What on earth is this all about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen residence in London, Mr. Nardo. Order, court! I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen? You can't be! I mean, no! This is some sort of unforgivably disastrous trickery. Third-rate detective, that's all. Unforgivably disastrous trickery. That's the description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary of rare moments. I presume Her Majesty would be more than a little curious with proceedings. So, I just thought to show her everything from start to finish. Oh, fuck. Indeed. By the tint of Sherlock Holmes, remote cinematic photography. You meddling. Blur. This is some kind of nightmare. I just appear that standing before you, regularly will talk to the latest invention. No doubt you'll have inferred that the reverse is also true. You're not men. Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume you're not objections. After all, this very trial in courtry is conducted under authority of Her Majesty, as you know. You. I confess I'm quite impatient to hear Majesty's opinion about the unforgivable disaster of trickery which is unforgivable past the 10 years. No. I was merely. Oh, sorry for keeping you waiting. Vicky and I had lots to talk about. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message from Her Majesty. A message? Well then, everyone's sitting comfortably. Forthwith, I immediately effect all authority and previous afforded to Mr. Maelstrom Strongheart is hereby revoked for evermore. Forevermore will be he'll be prosecuted for the crimes against the country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe in we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in the country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Mel Strongheart, you are so fucked. You are fucked beyond belief. The darkness you have fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years, things are past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future because no longer even you are Lord Chief Justice. The eyes of the law, Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. I heard it. This court is adjourned. Oh, I thought he was gonna get fucking crushed. Oh wait, it's still coming! Did we just burn down the courtroom with all the judiciary still inside it? I love freakouts so much. That's a pretty good freakout. That's what I play these games for. Fucking hell. Lord Van Zeke ordered me watches to confess everything. When those words came out of Sogi's mouth, I had arranged me completely. I knew I must do everything in my power to end the situation. I couldn't find the damned document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. But there was a jailbreak plot, I presume. What do you mean? The need-to plan was all-consuming. I was sure the facilitated Sogi's escape would emerge somewhere on this person. But despite searching his limp body at the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. Blair, what pins me now is that my brother's left his world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeke. In point of fact, I think perhaps he isn't the case. Sorry? Blair, how can that be? There's more to this last will and testament. Blair, nani? As I confess the purchase of my demise, I better regret the young brother. Baroque, you have always looked up to me, and now you'll follow my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It's my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not go into your advancement. I ask not for understanding, nor could you understand the brevity of only ask for forgiveness. Sogi is a fine detective and hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that the document survives. The second, that I cannot commit paper. I confess to my sins to my wife, and she might find a resolution in my death. To my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeke. Blur. Clint. Miller, Strongheart. You conclude this such a sticky criminal plot so immense these banned oceans. You cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. Why did you set about it now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. So after becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to affect changes needed in this country. So for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? Like everything that runs smoothly, the exact manner was prescribed like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. Bleh. And for your ambition to succeed, you didn't even bother to count the number of brilliant people you have killed. Ah, Mr. Reaper, you're not forgetting something. Such as, you have very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you're still the defendant in this trial. Blah. However, the proceeding judge will appear to have fallen from the branches, so, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, you entrust the final judgment to the old friend, Santa Claus! As a member of the judiciary, I've been following the proceedings of the jury. I must say, there's not enough coal in the world for you, Lord Strongheart. The over today. Darkness has blighted the justice land since past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks, in no small part, to the efforts of the bright young South in the East. The Defense Counsel Naruto. Yes, my lord. On behalf of everyone in the President and the Oil Bailey, I give you the heartfelt thanks. Thank you kindly, my lord. Blah. And for the first time I faced John Cott, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest imaginations. The British justice was warped like twisted as long as history, who finally knows change. This might just be the man to do it. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese. After the consequences of my brother's death, Mr. Nahado, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my behalf. You are a lawyer and boundless talent. Our Lord Van Zeeks. Well, first arrived in Great Britain. I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. Truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Soki, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal, never ever patient judicial assistant, Mr. Sadaso, helped me study and become a lawyer. But the brilliant Bonville could never fail to challenge his Japanese rival. And not to mention, his gentle matter of logic and reasoning, who showed the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes.
Saving the best for last, Mr. Nahado. What a relief.
I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is, a guiding light as always leads me to happiness. I lived in that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. Truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people in the brink of despair. And for that reason, not only those who feel the need to hide the truth, who would do it instinctively then, even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows until eventually it makes us blind to guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why my belief is that we must always resolve never to avert our eyes from what justice and the truth. I don't know why I did that. No, I continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. It's still probably like an hour to the fucking credits. I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Nahado, let me compliment you on one grand opus. What? Without your beautiful composed case of Lord Fitzhan, and most you would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, hunting undertones of cuffing Britain's justice system has been silenced. Thank you very much. So, till our pass once again elsewhere. Blah. Well then. It appears that the glowing trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any unductly I caused, my lord. I'm quite sure I shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, prosecutor Barvox and Zink. I conclude the trial proceedings. I hereby declare the defendant, Boris von Zeke. Finally! The scales are broken. That is all. Court is adjourned. It took forever, but it's finally done. The 4th of November, 4:21 p.m. Old Bailey Defendant's Arch Chamber. It's really all over? But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Nahado, I really must congratulate you. It was truly a splendid performance. Honestly, I could have been happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. I really couldn't have done it without any of my side. Although, Miss Adaso, oh, your kind words mean much to me. It really was a very splendid show, that is, Mr. Nahado. I thought maybe smiling from ear to ear, but you're rather glum. Well, I literally destroyed the entire British justice system, so I actually feel pretty bad about myself, actually. Well, of course, I'm delighted with the verdict. By exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. It's really not sure what the lawyer ought to be doing. Oh well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you Lord Zeke's smiling face, everything will seem much better. He's not smiling. He is very frowny. Is that so? Everything seems worse. He has a face like a thunder. Hey dear, I really shouldn't have presumed. Bleh, Mr. Mahadar. Yes? Almost a year has been now, since I first encountered you and here in the very hothouse. For you have risen to the level of excellence you have demonstrated today. Well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpleasant truth you could ever imagine in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. As I said, to fight those in the realm of darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that is just a feeble excuse for a coward. Only those with steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the darkness of our crimes. You made a fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh, well, thank you. What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure Kazuma-sama would have smiled on his face the very moment if you were here. Kazuma. He's also not smiling. Miss Adaso? There's another face like a thunder here. Oh my, I never really was here. Lord Vadzik. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Blah, congratulate me or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, because I should have apologized. Father Jensen had been stronger, then perhaps I made unforgivable error in judgment. I cannot offer no excuses. And I can't offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth, for at least I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear. Kazuma-sama. I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint said was before I do, my father. I serve as a fine detective, a hunter and a hunter worthy of respect. He has regret the murder hours of final two wishes. The first is that his document survives, and the second, I cannot commit to paper. I confess my sins to my wife. She might find resolution in my death. And my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend who resist as I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. What could the second final wish have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps you might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father! It was 10 years ago. As you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why'd you put up a more fight, Genshin? Why'd you agree to it, since you would be gladly protecting the government? I've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Union. I have a favor to ask of you. Something for great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I need you to break me out I need you to go tell. I need you to go to tell. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once and secret telling no one. You'll find a lady and gentry hiding there. A lady gentry? She's not a good way, and she's with a child. They're both intimate. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her, please. They're our only hope. By any chance, the child of yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor I'd asked me by a man I know. His dying wishes. By goodness. I saw the man I would help. I would give whatever I find his wife and his unborn child. There's something that has happened to me. I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person that knew to rely on. What are you saying? If something had happened to you, tomorrow night you're going to be. You never know though, do you? What life will bring. Alright then, tell me the address. I'll head there at once. With the Cerner and... No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor asking you, and only you, Jordan. Right, I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught the train from Piddington Town to Dermo Divan. Found the old house in the middle of nowhere. It was an old hunting lodge, or a whole hunting house lay asleep on the ground. Woman was on the floor in the back of the dark room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to protect the labourers before weakened further for a treacherous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. Wait, is this Iris? And in the end, I was lucky enough to be welcomed a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for her, longer than I cared to remember. Eventually, something in my days, I looked around in the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It clearly had been what looked after for many years. Remember, top quality leather, fine stitching. It was what I saw emblem on the side that everything dropped my place. B for Baskerville. Baskerville? You mean the woman the wife was Lord Clint Van Zeeks? That's right. And the newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth would Clint have entrusted a child to the care in that case? I was completely unaware of him had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. Blah, Nani. You mean your brother said the confession hid everything to his wife, so he means he's been beside himself for worry for her child. The true identity of the professor was never to be made public. The girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. Ah! So the only solution was to distance a young girl from Van Zink's family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine this final hour, Lord Clint Van Zieks made obvious choice. He would have thought of himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. Honor his promise to Genshin, of course. However, on the moment later, I was summoned back to Japan. Without disclosing the presence of the child, I could not obtain a permission to take her with me. Oh, how awful. I was completely at a loss, and in the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he'd be a father to her. That must be Mr. Sholmes, I presume. Yes. I took one look at my eyes and agreed on the spot. Mr. Sholmes, he has been hard of a gold. Really? All can be said that I did for the child, was to give her a name. Oh. When it came to Britain, there was trying to find escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So I heard the name and gave it to the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mokuba. In other words, the name of my mother. Ame Mokuba. Oh. That's right. Ame.
Or in English, Iris. Iris. I had no idea. Ouch! Donato, what's wrong? The little thing just pinched my ear behind my trousers pocket hard. Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ouch! Yes, I can hear you. You see what exactly I can do? Let me learn a lesson to you. Mr. Sholmes, weren't you able to think properly? Possibly marvelous. Your checkmate move was stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I had to pass myself, I feel. It became apparent to me that the Stop Lord Chief Justice would be quite suspicious. Reno! Susie! Oh, Iris. I'm so pleased, a wonderful outcome. Compared to Queen Vicky, she said you thought my special blend of delicious. Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, they brews a more delicious tea than you, Iris. We have a party to celebrate. Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come to. Blah, blah, blah. I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again. No, really? Oh, poo. But I gave you my word that I shall present myself to your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, how lovely. You promised now. I won't let you forget it. Bye-bye now, then. Right, Iris. Thank you for your help earlier. Tell her! There's nothing. Come back home soon. Ah! Ah! One final pinch goodbye, was it? Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Blah, certainly. Mr. Nahado, allow me to once again express my deepest gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Wait, Lord Van Zieks. Blah? Yes. What are you intending to do now? Blah. Well, clearly I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh no! Oh no. I intend to publicize the truth about the professor's case. And once that's done, the Van Ziek family will be ostrated completely from London society. Surely not. So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. Those aren't actually the man who fronts fears mighty Reaper of the Bailey. I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've ensured the progeny cast out of dark forces yourself. Now you're finally being freed from the dispute, and your battle is just beginning. Surely. Blah. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. Oh, it's a very long time to come to London, and now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Nosuke Dorado. Customer Sergey. It seems as though he really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Nardo. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris. It's not dinner. We must. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. It's the never-ending story. 4th of November, 6:25 p.m. Sholmes is sweet. I'm home. Ah! About time, you got here. I've been waiting for ages, I know. What are you doing with that careful piece of history? It's a party, ain't it? I got a big bang. Main fireworks, evidently. But you ain't got fire, so smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl in History could help you with that, I think. Right. I'll remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this extraordinary thing. I assure you, defy expectations. Take down in very detail, Mr. Merkaba. The world famous great detective and his rivaling partner, the tale of adventures don't hold. Jakarta has it a guess. Where do you suppose my fiendish runaway concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk in the trunk, I found a bandit in his cabin. I was there. I say, Mr. Magua, I did not hint of surprise. I wonder why that is. Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Jones. What? You were? And why didn't you tell me that before? Look, once I was expecting the hold, but still, it's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Jones, Mr. Murderer. I'm finally back from the Bailey. Ah, not the moment too soon. I fear I've prepared for Iris and Miss Satisfied awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Satisfied look so happy in a very long time. Ah, Reno, you're here. Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please come and take a seat. Time to fill my boots. Goodness, it's really true, Gina. Yep, I'm losing me coppers, clobbers, going back to what I best know best, diving for life with me. You're really leaving the police force, but why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around anymore, so... Oh. Anyway, no matter how hard try. That Reaper ain't never gonna accept the down diver turned dick, is she? Well, people can change, you know. Ah, yes. That reminds me. I thought you offered you relief for the bailiff this now defunct piece of evidence. That's Inspector Pocket's watch. The crown reattached. The watch is a pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at the Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, he measured every second of the man's remarkable career. But now, it's stopped. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again. Yes, someone's equally fast detective spirit. It's gotta be me. Ain't no one else. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. Yes, Jeannie, yes he was. Oh yeah, I made his promise and all, didn't I, Iris? I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Oh. Alright then, it's decided, I'll do it. And I swear, I'll find your dad and bring him kicking and screaming. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think Gina might be the best to, well, I think I'd like to forget the promise, Jeannie. Eh? Iris? Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy was, of course I have. I want to know where he came from, although it might be telling me something about myself. But I've caused a lot of trouble trying to find out for so many people. Hurley, Reno, Professor Mickey. Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe me no apology to anyone. Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it. Because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. Don't you think matters his name or where he's been from? Don't you agree? Hurley? Your father was Quick Van Zeke. What? If every word, Iris. Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy.
I think, Mikaba. Yes, Sholmes. I think I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh? For 6 years, you've also solved many mysteries together. And during that time, I made countless expressions of gratitude for good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude from all of them all. I should never have experienced it if you're not for you. Oh, you old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight of my shoulder mine to hear you say it. Now then, it's called for a lengthy violin requisition. What do you say? Oh well, the food will go cold, if that's the only problem. Maybe next week early. Are you sure a week long enough, Iris? Amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, the return to the evening of the sweet rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. Where is Naruto's parents in all this fuck? 4th of November, 9:37 PM, Naruto's Legal Counsel Consultancy. This attic room has been my home for office for almost a year now. I've certainly come some unforgettable experiences whilst living here. But I think now, the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruto, Naruto, Naruto. Oh, Professor. Are you alone? Did I hear a sound from Sato's room? Yes, Sato went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about important matters she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean. When she suggested her father came up? Well, good friend Zeke. I made up my mind many years ago to never tell her who her real father was. That's what I agreed to with Vincent after all. Well, Clint Van Zeke's final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes, and I'd take care of the drastic steps at the time to protect the secret, you know? Calling Satoshi back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why. When I read Sasuke's report and found the final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. I stumbled across the crux of the terrible case. The dog's collar. Description of the Baskerville was left to me, no doubt. The Baskerville. If you decide to investigate the Xenia, sooner or later you'd made the connections to Van Zeke. And made matters worse, they also knew of this unpublished story as well. The story of Iris had written based on the notes from the time. And yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It's a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast dog being used as a murder weapon. The dog was a Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Satoshi might arrive at the truth. Intent of the story, the collapse could justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. In aid of halting the investigation you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Sometimes something I've never understood. Why Sato-san came across the manuscript in Japan though? You know, Iris the Hound of Baskerville's story, I mean. Sholmes sent it to me. It was before Sato left Japan. I was very troubled that it should be done without, you see. Read it carelessly? I read it carelessly and left it on my desk, which is as I came across it, of course. It's the only case of Sholmes I ever pursued that I didn't record with meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered the young Iris had pieced together so much information from pencil notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story to be publicated. At that point, I returned the manuscript to post to Sholmes for safekeeping. She did all that to stop Iris from finding out about the truth about her father. That's right, because Sholmes had told me that astute she'd become. However, having witnessed the court today, I must say my opinion is somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. When it does, well, I believe I will be the one to, it'll be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something, too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've overcome a decision about having you. Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. I am quite sure. I am really on. I'm really only here for a substitute for Kazuma. But here in Britain, now, I originally intended, locum student Naruto doesn't really have the right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, I became a new lawyer just seemed the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Satoshi-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of the seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused, I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure that I could see the trial through. In the end of it, I finally realized, no one chose this path for me, I chose it for myself. And squeakers, whispering dark secrets into my ears. Pass of the defense lawyer, yes, and that's why I'll be going back with you to Japan. That path will be following for the rest of my life. Well, don't you make quite the resolution there. I have. Very well then. Yeah, this is like the very end finally. But I'll see you next time, Dragon J. Very well then. I must say, extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements to return the first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll get to part for a few days. No, the symposium have been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind, I'm sure there will be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I bid you good night. Fade into darkness. Tadasu-san. I just wanted to let you know I'm back. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help, but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well... From the part about Iris' real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. You've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Ah, yes, I am. Sorry. Really should have consulted with you about it. I did what earlier this evening, actually, but you already gone out. I know, that's quite alright. I already knew that you were going to go. You decided, Naruto. You did? Satoshi-san? Ah, yes? I suppose this means, has yet to be farewell to. I suppose. You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly from having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. Like the only lawyer ever was. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try and get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after all today. Oh yes, you're right.
Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone thinks of you as a substitute or locum student is ashamed of themselves. Sadase, son. Thank you. The 7th of November, 5:42 a.m. Port of Dover, Quarryside. Can't believe the day's finally come. You're really leaving then, Naruto? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back to visit. Say you will. Of course. I promise. Well, very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after all so long. For a while at least, I felt like at old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's sometimes some things to be said for having a little fun once in a while. I'm gonna go shoot him in the ass. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. Alright then, Iris, you do that. Honk!
Susato-san.
Well,
I've
the
just checked, Naruhodo-san.
budget's
Your
here.
luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke,
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital. But,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again then. You have your path to follow.
Took your belt off and put it on the other side, just have the sword, just to have the sword on the right side.
Naruhodo-san? the path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Toot toot.
Bruno! Your ship's about to leave!
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
Ooh, more budget.
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes! Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And
Wait,
when we're
the mouse turned
together
its head and
again,
looked. Oh god, it's alive the whole
no
time!
doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes's face was alight with joy. The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
There we have it. Finally. I only went about just over an hour over time, but it's done. It's finished. Kaput. I've been thoroughly embedded in the quarries of my rank since today. But no property of little goods. What is promise of closed court society? I always decided that residents from London is order to judge the distant climates. Emperor of Japan, perhaps. I understand that the wardrobe class incurred no charge whatever. There'll be a final goodbye to all the characters in the credits, there always is. I gave little notes to Hurley the other day. Just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." But it made Hurley cry. I gave him a little lotion of intended and to dye his hair red safety. But he said it might make him cry too, so he'd rather just not use it. Punk ass bitch! Blah, those days when I was known for the Reaper, I felt the presence in my side. Once unable to bear the burden of that grim purposing, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. Though the darkness once brings me no more, I see you are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward to a brighter future. God, I want to drink some blood right now. The boss left a note for me, you know. Well, I can read every letter now, A to Z, a whole lot. I don't eat your soul. Clear a load of stuff up. The boss is trying to protect me, you see. Don't put me down, I want souls. That's exactly why I made the Chief Inspector Toby. And ran for do for Londoners. I only wish I said how grateful I was before he, you know. Yep, the very ending credits. Unfortunately, you missed the freak out. Remember to go back to VODs and watch the freak out. It's well worth it. Gina, the truth is, I'm not upstanding fella you think I am. I might be a driver at heart. But you've got a good heart. You remind me when I need to be my true self. I've got one more job to take care of before I ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable. And then I've got to complete your education in the art of deduction in Grayson. And they say, "Oh, I got shot. Oh, the flash was a bullet. Oh, God. Ah, bleh, bleh, bleh."
Excellency, the man accused of illegal entry into our office. Objection! Esquire of overruled! A minister denied the British anyway! For the Caddish Council of Defence with the woman forbidden in the courtroom! Oh really? My friend said the British courtroom right now, damn waffle job! Well, perhaps I should engage the service as a regular legal team.
Are you my mummy? Mummy is Japanese people. They're expert in French corpses. Boop boop.
Yes, they are. Fetus corpses on the whole. Beep boop.
I'd like to learn my filleting skills. Do you mind? Do you, mama?
Processing. Doo doo. Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? End of line.
No. And I'm so glad.
I'm making her a robot with one of the stupidest things they've ever done. I am Great Britain on the intervention of my great new university friend. I sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around where everything is settled. But what have I done? I'm so excited. I picked a splendid hotel. I can afford the bill. Oh, Brooke, come rescue me again, please. I wish I could just vanish into the air sometimes. Goddamn nerds.
Where? When I went to make the wax with the impression of the killer of the cemetery, I realized what had happened. Even the witness stand, the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. Where the Lord Chief Justice had struck the bargain, you see? For a faithful reproduction of the vintage, and nothing that the transfer would not do.
Maybe Lord Strongheart wax figure, Jesus fucking Christ.
Hey, everyone calls me gossip. I just simply dip into passy by, you know.
Heh, everyone calls you Papa. I tell us Betty Giddy, and Lana Chinese in the hand. Where? And on the comer. No, no, no. I cannot do it. This is ridiculous.
Oh, darling, how charming! You've made a lot of new friends here, I see. Yes, when we were released, we're going to strike it rich together.
It's supposed to be a freeze frame. Stop eating. You're ruining the freeze frame. God damn you, little Scottish pasta boy. He's Italian. When I stepped into the foreign study tour, I knew exactly the path I was going to take. However, I might have ended. I knew what I wanted to see you to do there. I ended up in the dock, and no one would have rather have defended me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I am sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I'll leave Conrad in your care. I love that this photo is, if you look closer, they're actually still blinking, so it's not actually a photo. They just flashed white and tinted the background.
I made some teams, Tsunade-san. It's important to rest while you can. Once we arrive in Japan, we'll be busy establishing a new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talent to be recognized as the great detective. Because you really are the greatest lawyers. The great ace attorney, some might say.
Title drop. where's my food? I've been waiting for 3-2 games and still haven't got me any fish. So I'm photobombing your picture. You'll be forever, remember, you didn't feed me.
Mr. Nardo!
Good evening, sir.
Such a flip! Ah!
Iris, I saw your dolls again.
God damn it, hell, I want to shoot you!
Whale noises. Obnoxious French jock noises. Ha ha ha! Never. The castle this way. Aye, madam.
Words, meow, cat, words, meow, cat.
Just so you know, I planted another bomb in your pants. It'll detonate in about 3 days. Don't worry about it.
Hey there, buddy! What are you doing? Where's my balloon? Oh, I shall make Sherlock Holmes a real wax figure. No evidence. Boop boop. Can I cut her up, mommy? No boop.
Hello then. Blur.
Give me money.
What are you looking at?
I'll blow you up again. Why, mademoiselle, thank you so much. It's so nicely.
I'm a British Canadian.
Oh, hey, hello, ha ha! Us, hello again. Oh my god, it's hit me in the eye. Why do I spin him on my finger like this? It hurts.
I'll turn your fish tips next time I see ya. And the grind, Greggy.
Your soul will be mine. Yep, just step close and I'll bite it out.
Wait, weren't you working behind me? Don't question my methods. I broke gravity. Ha ha ha. Banhammer. Bonk on the head. Clap.
Lieutenant, we see appear to be walking towards the pier. We should probably stop walking forward.
Nonsense, my dear. Well, let me push you in the water.
Yeah, they're gonna clink swords, aren't they?
Thank you so much for playing my game.
Now kiss. all the achievements in this game. I better have all. I don't only have half the achievements. Because I didn't look at every little thing in every map, I didn't get all the achievements. God. But that said, thank you all for coming. I'll be back tomorrow and I'll start the original Phoenix Wright series, as I'm going to go through all the games in chronological order. So, prepare for a massive dip in quality as we go from the last game in the series to the first game in the series. I'll be ending the stream now. I will be running an ad roll. If you wish to support me, please stay and watch the ads, or you can subscribe. Click the subscribe button below my screen, and I'll see you all again tomorrow. Thank you all so much.
Mic off.